The future is already here. We are creating it every day. What once was only a vision, today is reality. Let's live the future. Think digital, act digital, feel digital. Welcome to the Western Balkans Digital Summit, Podgorica 2021.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second day of the Western Balkans Digital Summit. And at the beginning of this second day, we are going to smarten up the future. In order to present this, I need my assistant. Digi, where are you? Digi?
I am a co-host, not an assistant. Okay, the stage is mine now. And ladies and gentlemen, I am so glad to present to you the session where we will get to know who are the winners of the Balkathon 2.0.
So, good morning to all the digital enthusiasts and a warm welcome at our Balkathon panel here in lovely Podgorica. In the next hour, in what we are confident will be an inspirational and an energetic panel, we will walk you through the 6 digital solutions developed as part of the second Balkathon edition. The regional flagship Balkathon competition organized by the Regional Cooperation Council has indeed sparked remarkable interest. It generated a wealth of ideas and, with the dedicated mentorship support, produced a number of what we hope soon will be marketable solutions, apps, and platforms that should lead to advancement in various areas. So, the solutions that we will hear today equip us with tools across the various areas of e-commerce, green and bio solutions, e-health, e-transportation, and others. Balkathon is an important element of RCC's digital agenda. It seeks to complement the substantive regional policy and regulatory reforms with a concrete impact. And together with the similar instruments that we in RCC have at our hand, be this the Futurismo or the Butterfly Innovation Award, it is our contribution to the entrepreneurship, digitalization, innovation agendas, and the upskilling of our terrific youth that our Western Balkans region has the privilege and the honor to be home to. So, really, I do hope that today we will awaken and that we will stir up some super creative spirits with our panel, and that we will find our next applicants and even mentors across our audience here and virtually that will be ready to join us at the next Balkathon journey. So before we head into the regional snapshot of solutions, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Ms. Sara Mage from the European Commission, a staunch supporter of the regional digital transformation agenda, but also of our unique Balkathon brand. Please, Sara.
Thank you, Maya. I'm really happy to be here today in person. So first of all, let me congratulate the winners of the second Balkathon on the innovative and creative solutions presented. I would also like to thank our partners, the great team of the Regional Cooperation Council, for making the Balkathon happen, and most of all, for pushing forward the digital agenda for the Western Balkans. Because the digital agenda truly is one of the great examples of regional cooperation and what it can achieve. We consider this initiative as invaluable, as it recognizes the innovative potential of the youth, the SMEs, the entrepreneurs of the region, and provides them with a platform to share their ideas with us and the citizens of the region. Because, beyond the reforms and overcoming administrative hurdles, which are essential to the digital transition of the Western Balkans, these solutions contribute in a concrete way to making the region green and making it digital. Through this competition, the participants are front and center in tackling a challenge that is perhaps even greater than the pandemic itself, and that's helping our societies and our economies recover from the crisis and smarten up for the future. And I have no doubt that many of these projects will have a lasting positive impact in the region. So now, without further ado, I would like to hear from the winners themselves, and I wish you every success for the next steps.
Thank you very much, Sara. Thank you very much for supporting agendas that matter and that bring the best out of our region. So it is now our pleasure to bring to the stage our moderator, Vera Castrati, to really start the real show with our stellar panelists. Vera, please.
Good morning to everyone. I'm sure that you'll see that the real show starts now. And we are here today with our winners from Balkathon 2nd edition. And you are very curious to know what they are bringing to the stage, what they are bringing to our daily solutions, and you'll hear from them more. So let's start with our first team, Pokupi Me, Pick Me Up, which is a platform on-demand taxi service that can bring licensed taxis and companies existing in the economy, and also the consumers who would like to call a taxi. So I'm pleased to invite Wael Al-Khalidi to present that on behalf of Pokupi Me.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to our audience. My name is Wael Al-Khalidi. I'm here to present Pokupi. My team and I, over the last 18 months, we've been working very hard to develop Pokupi platform. And we are very thrilled and excited to be here on this stage to show you what's all about. Before I start actually to tell you more about it, please, let's watch together this short video about Pokupi. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as we enjoyed when we created it for you guys. Then what's Pokupi? Pokupi is a ride-hailing platform. It works as a mediator between the passenger and the driver by using very latest algorithm and AI to be very efficient and fast. As we can see, the Montenegro market, as this year, 2021, the ride-hailing revenue is about $5 million. However, we expect this to increase up to $8 million by 2024. To meet that actually huge demand, there are lots of challenges. And some of these challenges, I try to summarize them here. We are talking here about some aging technology, taxi companies that are still using very old and insufficient technologies, such as just phone calls or something very old and legacy. Wasting time. Hailing is done by hand or by phone calls. Fragmented. Each company works in only one city and they don't work with each other. unnamed road. This is very good for the economy, shows the country and the city is expanding. However, the new roads, people still, they don't know the names for those. Wrong passenger, which happens to me personally, when sometimes you actually book a taxi, comes to you, and then picks the wrong passenger on the road. Now, why we believe Pukupi the solution? Because we are trying to provide the technology which creates a platform for the ride-hailing, and that powered by app and powered by app for the passenger and the driver. It is one single platform. We bring all the taxi companies in one place instead of having multiple phone numbers and calling them regularly. And we are introducing cashless, which is very good for the economy, payment by card. Now, all that is great, but we need to understand what Pukupi is. Then Pukupi as a product is a 3-in-1, passenger app, driver app, and admin portal. The passenger app is very simple, easy to sign up. We can verify the users. Fast, you can search by point of locations, instant notification, live geo-tracking. And because we think about safety, we integrated SOS. If you feel you are in danger during your ride, you can just, on a click of a button, your friends and family will be notified about your location, and you can schedule a ride. And very good thing is multiple languages, which is very good for tourists who they come to this great country, Montenegro. We want to talk as well about the driver app. The driver app, it's one place to manage all the documents for the driver. He can put his driving license, the insurance for the car, etc. He can see his rating, and he can actually see all his booking and his earning during that day, that month, that week, whatever he wants. And it shows all the trip histories. And something very important to us that we care about the driver is to manage his time during the work, for his work. And all that comes under one big umbrella, which is the admin portal. It's a huge dashboard where we can see all these activities for the passengers and the drivers and what's happening on the application itself. Now, we heard everything good about Pukupi, but now the question in our mind, why Pukupi? Because it's one-stop shop for all taxi companies. We bring them all under one umbrella. It covers all Montenegro, not only Podgorica, easy to use, multiple languages, for all taxi ride, if you want to go to the airport, to the other city, to wherever you want, and enables e-transactions or card payments. Because we are putting the passengers and the drivers at the heart of Pukupi, then all our goals are evolving around that. Then we have 4 main goals. Number 1, automating the taxi process, which is that's how we envisage that digital transportation should happen. Goal number 2, support cashless payment, which is very good for the economy. Number 3, we want to have flexible working hours for our drivers because they are human, they want to be relaxed sometimes. And last but not least, less traffic on the road because we want to achieve a greener cities by less cars and people that use more taxis efficiently. Now, who's our customer? We are living in very young generation in Montenegro, which is very great. If we look at the demographic of the country, people between 16 and 64, they are actually 67% of the population. 50% of that 67%, they have actually mobile phones, smart mobile phones, and access to the internet. And that would be our target. We are hoping by Q2 of 2022 to have 50,000 users on our platform. Now, pandemic hit us, everyone, very hard, and there's no exception for us. And that delayed a little bit of our roadmap and achievement. However, we are still managing very well. This is just a very quick glimpse of where we are standing now. Now, what's the future for Pukupi? We believe there is a huge future for us. The next things for us, the parcel delivery. Drivers, they not just transferring people from one place to another. In their spare time, they can do even parcel delivery. Thank you so much again today for your time, and we thank RCC and the Balkan for giving us this a huge opportunity. Thank you, and please visit our website, pukupi.me. Back to Vera. Thank you.
Thank you, Vail, for this. Next time I come to Podgorica or Montenegro, I'll simply try to use it, so I'll not bother where I am. The taxi will come and pick me up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vail.
Thank you.
Our next winning solution is related to e-health, and it's related to what we in our daily life feel when you have a pain and you don't know which is the best doctor, where the doctor is, what you can do. Well, our Kosovo Digital Association, they found a solution, and their platform will try to bring closer patients and doctors. So trust them and listen what their solution is. Ilir Aslani, on behalf of Kosovo Digital Association.
Hello everyone, I'm Ilir from Kosovo Digital Association. Our association serves as a network and voice for entrepreneurs and innovators united together for digital transformation. Our mission is continuous development of digitalization in all areas of action. We would like to thank the RCC for the continuous support in the past months and also for giving us the opportunity to present here today at Digital Summit. I am proud to present eHealth Clinic, an innovative and comprehensive solution offering faster, closer, and less expensive health services to all patients in the Western Balkans. Please enjoy the presentation.
When you are feeling ill, the biggest concern is finding the right doctor. Wasting time traveling from one doctor to the other and long waiting times at the clinic can impact your recovery. Introducing eHealth Clinic, an innovative and comprehensive solution that will change the approach to healthcare forever. It will shorten the time and help you find and consult with the right doctor from the comfort of your home. At eHealth Clinic, we have a growing network of 20 different specialists from Western Balkan countries available on our platform. Patients can schedule an appointment for online consultation at their preferred time and consult with the specialist in compliance with HIPAA and GDPR. We are also partnering with health institutions to offer trusted healthcare for reliable health treatment. Patients can book an appointment for lab tests, CT, MRI imaging, and other health services. Virtual Doctor is a unique and advanced health solution. Patients will enter their symptoms, family history, and chronic illnesses. Virtual Doctor will then use the information provided by the patient and propose a list of specialists from the region. The online doctor will be available to patients at the touch of a button, anytime and from any device. After typing in their name, patients will enter the waiting room. If the doctor is busy with another patient, he will let him know via chat messaging. When the doctor becomes available, he will invite them to the room for the consultation. The doctor can take a photo capture from the patient camera, request file transfer for the patient to share their electronic health documents, and add another doctor to the call for additional consultation if necessary. We are the first in the Balkans to introduce the virtual doctor, and to ensure a high number of patients, it will be offered for free. Our main revenue will be generated from consultation fees, 40% of the fee for online consultations, 20% of the fee for referrals to diagnostic services, an online doctor consultation fee, and an annual fee for promotion of hospitals, diagnostic centers, laboratories, and pharmaceutical companies. We are launching our platform in Albanian and English, with 20 specialists from the region. We plan to add other languages of the region during the next year. Young medical doctors are leaving the region for better opportunities, causing massive brain drain. We plan to use our platform to enable doctors who have left the region to fill the gap back home. Don't forget, eHealth Clinic, the right doctor, anytime, anywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilir. Thank you for this solution, and I hope that will be reachable to all our citizens in the region, and they might find it useful. But don't you think we are stopping at this? And don't you think we have only guys in this team? There are also girls, bright minds with great ideas. We have women, young girls, we have craftsmen who work and produce very outstanding and very beautiful things, but they are not able to make them visible, and they are not able all the times to find their market and where to sell. So Accelera is a platform that will help and will support make this bridge a reality. So make the craftsmen and artisans closer to the big companies so they can, through the platform, indeed activate and make their models visible. So I'm pleased now to invite Katarina Klimovska on behalf of ISLA, North Macedonia, to present the solution.
Welcome to Accelera, your best business supporter and the bridge between outstanding artisans at big companies. We work on socially responsible society formed top-down by change makers. We believe that through social responsibility can be change the world in a sustainable way. With our programs, we encourage large companies and big corporations to become change makers by making direct impact on small businesses, startups, artisans, craftsmen. More impact, make it work. Masterpieces woven and made with soul and heart, a feature of tradition and culture. Art created with two hands. Preserving and protecting the skills and knowledge of traditional crafts is a growing challenge. So it is a high time crafts to be revived and awareness spread about them in urban space. Let's move towards a world where handcrafted items are given due respect and artisans are also recognition they deserve for their skills. Behind each of these is people who created and a story. We seek to empower artisans by extending their product distribution and supporting sustainable income opportunities. By becoming part of Accelera, you gain the right opportunity to participate in one of the specially created acceleration programs of your choice. These are specifically designed programs that allow you to participate in special campaigns throughout a year and will give you support in achieving greater sales, in launching a new product or product line, opportunity to open a new job, or connect with people who share the same vision, as well as a chance to connect with donors and supporters. On the other side of the bridge, large companies, organizations, institutions. Do you feel responsible for the environment you serve? Do you show corporate social responsibility in the right way? Do you bear enough responsibility by properly directing resources to sustainable and conscious actions that benefit society as a whole? Accelera is here for you too, to find and redirect investment in the community with greater awareness, with greater responsibility, with greater benefit. Look no further, accelerate your impact. That's Accelera community dedicated to growth, meet, connect, and collaborate. Accelera is formed by a group of young, ambitious, innovative people whose common goal is to unite small and large businesses in the country and thus ensure success for every business in the market. We are Ivanov School for Leaders Alumni Association, in which lives the spirit of over 400 young people from Macedonia, fully committed to fulfill its vision and mission through development and implementation innovative strategies and initiatives. Choosing Accelera means new business partner. Choosing Accelera means increased visibility and strengthened market position. Choosing Accelera means a chance for growth. On the other side, choosing Accelera means creating a common good. Choosing Accelera means a positive impact on the community you serve. Choosing Accelera means new, responsible, and sustainable world. So that's how even the small business can influence big companies, once the big embraces and encourage the small. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina, for this. I think that this is also an invitation for whomever would like to take something unique and prepared by the artisans. So you might find it interesting. Our next is, what is our daily life, what we do with all these single wrappings, containers. You cannot ban them completely, but of course you can do something that improves your lives and improves also ours. Biofrost has a solution for this, and it is simple bioplastic. So I'm pleased to have Nenad Jovanovski, who will present the solution of Biofrost.
Thank you so much. We are Bifrost, and for the start of our presentation, we invite you to enjoy a short video that we have made about our solution.
Plastic is everywhere around us. From the toothbrush we use few times a day, computers we use for work, or plastic forks we use when we order takeaway food. Plastic is cheap, durable, and easy to make. With these qualities, we have gotten used to the convenience of single-use plastics. This causes many problems for the environment. 29 of it ends up in the ocean, 22 in the fish, 49 of it ends up in a human body, and that is about the weight of a credit card. And what is our solution? 100% biodegradable hemp bioplastics. Industrial hemp is used for production of oil, rope, clothes, and so on. And we are using leaves and small branches that are usually left for compost. We can turn waste in highly profitable product. Industrial hemp can grow on a land that is not suitable for other plants like tailings and low-quality ground. It can replenish the nutrients and make land fertile again. During growing, industrial hemp binds 3 times of the CO2 compared to the forest of the same surface area. After 4 months of growing, it's ready for harvest. Hemp is debranched, leaf and small branches are placed in hemp cooker with a secret ingredient, and by applying pressure and heat it binds the plant into a bioplastic material. This material can be placed in injection molding machines, extrusion machines, and molded into 3D printing filaments. We place the material in a mold that gives the shape of the end product. And now we have a fully biodegradable single-use plastics ready for consumers. Bifrost, delivering guilt-free single-use plastics.
So let's be honest, we're not reinventing the wheel here. Our grandmas were using hemp in their everyday life, and ex-Yugoslavia was the 3rd largest exporter of industrial hemp in the world. And if you're wondering why now, well, we feel this is the best time to actually start to develop this kind of a solution, because the ban on single-use plastic will be in effect from the start of 2022. But this is generally how our whole process works, and you can now see on this short video how our material looks when it's actually molded. And here also we have 2 types of, after 1 week, the decomposition, and after the 2nd week of decomposition of the material. This is the first machine in our production line called Hemp Clean, which cleans the stalk of the hemp from the leaves and branches that we are actually using later, that are going to the hemp cooker, where we add our secret ingredient to actually create the material. And this machine also has a very has cylinders which are not abrasive, which are not damaging the stalk, so it can be used later for different kinds of productions, for textile or roping. And after that, when it goes after the hem cooker, it goes to our third machine in the production line called hem press, which actually applies pressure and then creates a material which can be molded in different type of shapes for different type of single-use items. What is the global problem? Well, we want to achieve a price, and we will achieve a price which is lower than the price of a plastic on a global market, and we will do this by making our own machines and doing things locally. Our business model for the start will be a B2B model, and then later when we have more income and revenue, then we will switch to B2C model where we will actually create these single-use items. And if we think about our target market, our first target market will be the producers of single-use items from plastic, and our secondary market is the fast-growing market of the food delivery services. And our third market will be actually the farm growers and the hemp farmers and the producers of hemp. Our competition doesn't have all the things which our material has. Our material is not using any plastic derivatives as a binding composition, and it's 100% made from biological components. So we plan to generate enough revenue to have a positive income at the end of 2022. And if you look at our team, first of all, which I need to say that we are a team of 4 friends who have developed the love of nature through scouting. And as we are young by age, we are all quite experienced in our field of expertise. And our idea has been born just in February this year, and already in May we have been selected as winners of Green Cities category and Balkan 2.0 competition, which has actually given us a significant boost to further develop our idea. And somewhere in September of 2022, we want to finish all the development part and actually to switch to testing of our material. And now, the thing which I'm actually holding in my hand is our material which we produced, which has, let's say, almost all the characteristics that we want to achieve with our material. And we couldn't do this without the strong support of Balkan and RCC and all the great mentors that we had during this program. So we want to thank you one more time for this opportunity, and we know that together we can create something better for the environment and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nenad, and thank you to our Bifrost team from Serbia with such an original idea, and I'm sure that this will have a very positive result at the end, so looking forward to see the next phase. But let's continue. We have another winner coming from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Sarajevo, where we as RCC have our offices and are very pleased to have you with us today. And this is another way of getting rid of appointments, calling a doctor, trying to get an advice. You can do that easily through online appointment. We are living in a digital world, so it's better to have a digital solution and make patients and doctors come closer. So I'm pleased to invite Aleksandar Kovac from eClinica to present the solution to you.
Hello, my name is Aleksandar Kovac. It is very nice to meet you today on this stage. I'm a medicine student and creator of eClinica. We can start the video. Of course. Well, what is eClinica? eClinica is an online platform that makes a doctor appointment easier and faster to do for our users. At the same time, it helps clinics in their daily management and offering them entrance to the new world of online appointments. Today, many clinics and health centers still use notebooks to write an appointment and all digital solutions Current online appointments are not very efficient and useful because they are not focused to the patients.
But solution is here. With e-Clinica, you can schedule appointments at any time. By selecting doctor or clinic, you can easily choose category and service, and you will be automatically provided with first free time slot. If you're not satisfied with that, you can choose the term of your choice. With requesting a reservation, platform will ask you to confirm it. Information flies to hospital, where nurses will be notified every 5 minutes to approve a reservation. Appointment can be simply rescheduled or modified. Simply typing to an appointment and sliding it to the other free time slot, it can be rescheduled. By pulling the lower part of the square, the duration of the term also changes. Our powerful calendar can be also used for scheduling appointments that are coming from other channels. After approval, the patient alarm system is turned on. It reminds patient the day, 3 hours and 1 hour before the scheduled appointment not to be late. e-Clinica offers information on one place and constant connection between doctor and patient. Platform is very simple and fast to use. We have ability of integration with other systems. There are a lot of platforms that are related to online appointments, and they all function on the same principle. Patients send their infos to the clinics, then nurses call them to arrange an appointment. That process is quite necessary and it takes time. On the other side, e-Clinica is more focused to the patients. They can get first free term and schedule it immediately. They can choose term of their choice. Our system can be integrated with internal system of clinics, and every process is fully automated. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are more than 300 clinics, 800 dental clinics, and 20 laboratories. At the beginning, the best way to sell our service is direct, face-to-face. We sign contract with clinics for a period of 1 year, and every clinic that joins e-Clinica gets first 4 months 50% off on monthly subscription. We expect our financial break point in 6th month of our business, starting from November. Our starting point is Banja Luka. There we have made contracts with 11 clinics, 14 dental clinics, and 2 laboratories. So, in the beginning, we have 27 partners. e-Clinica offers 4 different packages: base for pharmacies and laboratories, premium for dental clinics, extra for clinics with different services, and doctor's package for every doctor that works in those clinics.
Well, you have already met me. I am a concept creator and developer of e-Clinica. During this process of creating our platform, Nebojša became my great friend, and he is web developer of our platform with great experience of UX and UI design. And using modern technology, e-Clinica brings together doctors, patients, and clinics on one place. When it's necessary, keep it simple. e-Clinica.
Thank you, Alexander. Indeed, it seems very simple. You can have, as Alexander explained, many services at once, and it's not just to get an appointment with the doctor, but also for you to see whether you can buy your medicines through this online appointment, and so on and so forth. So, looking forward to see how this develops further. Our last team comes from Albania, HEST, and they will present us a solution, an idea how you can get natural products. You have all heard, I guess, from farm to fork, and you all are obsessed to find natural products. You go in a market, in a supermarket, and you see where to find it. Perhaps we have a solution to bring farmers and also consumers, the ones who want to sell the natural products and the ones who want to buy those. So we have here today Olsa Ramadani on behalf of HEST team to present the solution for us.
Hello everyone, I am Olsa from HES team from Albania, and firstly, I'm very thrilled and excited to be here with you. Today I'm going to show you all about Farms to Home, our app user-friendly that aims to bring farmers a totally new experience, but also to consumers. Without further ado, we're going to head right to the video and see all about it.
As winners of the Balkan 2 competition, the HES team has developed a platform that will enable farmers to get in direct contact with their local customers. As part of this innovative solution, the consumers can install their mobile app into their smartphones. And here's how they can use it. This is the main screen of the app. Let's start to use it. In the main menu, you will see a variety of icons. Each of the icons will help the users to navigate and to find whatever they are looking for. By clicking the first icon, the user will be prompted with a map. This initial module will help the consumer find easily locations or farmers that are close by. But let's go back to the home screen. If the consumer is a bit more into vegetables, he can go into the second screen. And there you will see there is a variety of vegetables that are already uploaded into the platform. All these products are registered under a farmer or a producer that is part of the local network. By coming here, the consumer can choose and pick the product, thus connecting to the right farmer. But of course, the user has to be registered before accessing this information. If we go back to the main screen, we will see that there is another module that is mainly referring to products. So there is a variety of products that the farmers can produce and can make available to all consumers. For ease of use, the products will be sorted for nature, price, or characteristics. Farmers will have their own module for registration. It is a pretty simple registration form where they will have to put their name, their contact phone number, their email address, and their farm's location. Then the farmer will have to register by clicking the button Register. Another confirmation and you're done. We thought that it would be very helpful for the users to have handy information about how the local food is produced and what are the benefits of using the local food. Therefore, in this module, we are going to provide this kind of information in a frequent and updated manner. But what if the users of the platform have a question or need to ask something specific to the project, the products, or anything else related to the local food? The last module allows them to send a direct message to the HES team in charge of this area. The user will have to fill the form by putting a subject and typing in the message. Then they just press send, and the mobile app will enable the user to send directly an email to the HES team. Easy done. We are very proud of this development, and we hope users will like it as well. We bring farms to home.
So I really hope you liked our presentation. Farms to Home is an app which we work really hard on, and we aim not only to have the best products and also for farmers to have it more easily to find their consumers, but also for consumers who, for which it's very hard to manage to find the products that they need. Farms to Home actually it's very easy to be used, and we aim to bring the best quality, and we're committed to not only have it on our national market, but also international market. I really hope you liked it, and I would like to thank you, RCC, for their support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Olsa. We are almost at the end of our panel, but just let me tell you, it is not that easy. It started with an idea during the Balkan 2. We worked with our teams, and not only the winners. We had good ideas that won, and then through dedicated work and months ahead of them, they produced these solutions that we could introduce and present to you today. And I believe that it was their energy, their enthusiasm, their ideas, but also our support in RCC, the whole team who was behind it. So I also want to thank Tanya, Milena, and Ena for the whole support provided to the winners in developing the solutions. And now at the very end, I believe we deserve to have a photo, a family photo with our teams, with the RCC team. So please, I would like to invite you to the stage for a family photo. Maya, Sarah, so please join us all.
Run at Balkan.
So this. Thank you. Thank you to all, and good luck. So that was our panel. Thank you, and inviting you to the next session.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Cóż!
Isn't that too much?
Cóż!
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Cóż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Cóż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Cóż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're gonna face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty.
olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Czuż!
Isn't that too much?
Czuż!
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Czuż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Czuż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Czuż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're going to face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty. We are of many faces, shapes, and colors. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame, all at once. familiar and always novel. Among all these faces, you can never be lonely.
This olive tree is 2,240 years old, at least. It still bears fruit.
Czuż!
Isn't that too much?
Czuż!
Tara River Canyon is the deepest canyon in Europe.
Czuż!
Biogradska Gora is one of the last primeval forests in Europe.
Czuż!
There are more than 281 bird species in this national park.
Czuż!
You can't actually translate everything in Montenegro. You need to feel it. Montenegro, wild beauty.
This season, you're gonna face extraordinary romance, a new kind of action, epic scenery, in a land where fiction becomes reality. Come and see pictures that get you moving. Montenegro, wild beauty.
The pyramid, as Kadare described it, is the domination of the rebel, narrowing of its mind, a monotony, but the most reliable guardian of a pharaoh. The Pyramid of Tirana, put up as a museum. The pyramid, as Kadare described it, is the domination of the rebel, narrowing of its mind, a monotony, but the most reliable guardian of a pharaoh. The Pyramid of Tirana, put up as a museum of Enver Hoxha, Albanian's dictator, is going to be turned into the biggest regional hub of digital transformation in the Western Balkans. That's why we are here. It couldn't be a better symbol than talking about the digital future of the Western Balkans, the core of the regional cooperation. It's the driving force of one common regional market. And just as this pyramid, one market for all six, is under construction. We have the base. A roaming-free Western Balkans as of 1st of July. While traveling in the EU from the Balkans, we pay 43 times higher in roaming than others. Thus, the ultimate goal is to have the roaming prices between Western Balkans and the EU gradually reduced and closer to the domestic ones in the next 5 years.
So we are already working on this. In Podgorica, the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit will take place. RCC is proud to be part of this story. Apart from the kickstart of a process of the reduction of roaming charges Western Balkans EU, we will be focused on improving our digital infrastructure. The most important goal is to provide broadband internet connections to 95% of the households until 2024. Then we have these services. And the pandemic showed us the importance of being prepared to go digital. By the way, maybe you don't recall, but last year during our Balkan session, we awarded 6 best innovative ideas from this region. And they will all be present in Podgorica, but one of them is local. It's a Montenegrin team that already prepared the Pokupi, like a digital platform on-demand taxi service provider for smartphones, and I have it already with me. Digital agendas will be ready for the next digital summit, like the e-shopping, for example, or recognition of trusted services, free flow of data, which is considered the 5th freedom of a common market. This is in short, but not all. Stay tuned. 11-13 of October from Podgorica.
It's an honor.
The cost from today will be 0.
Besplatni roaming znači više para za druge stvari, neke, ne znam, imaš sad razne stvari na koje može te pare da se potroše.
За мен безплатен роуминг не значи премногу, пошто значи доволно за да можам да роамирам низ целиот Балкан на многу слободно.
Ono što je bitno da će manje ljudi razmišljati o tome koga će zvati, šta će raditi, ustezat će se da komuniciraju.
Znači manji troškovi, znači da smo, da je sve lakše.
ovako međusobno, tako da je to sjajna stvar.
Stay charged, roam free whenever you are going to travel in the region. From today, keep the data or the internet on.
Stay charged. Grey days are coming. You'll finally enjoy your adventures in full. And stay fully connected. From July 1st, roaming is free in all the Western Balkans. Calls and internet with zero extra cost. So think only about charging. Stay charged. Roam free.
Augmented reality is the future, and RCC's Balkan helped me and my team to bring it into the present. Now, by using our app, users from all over the world can experience a whole new level of sightseeing.
Pandemics learned us that we need to go in line with digital solutions in order to continue educating. Thanks to Balkan, our digital platform now helps children and teachers in different economies to be connected again.
The pyramid, as Kadare described it, is the domination of the rebel, narrowing of its mind, a monotony, but the most reliable guardian of a pharaoh. The Pyramid of Tirana, put up as a museum of Enver Hoxha, Albanian's dictator, is going to be turned into the biggest regional hub of digital transformation in the Western Balkans. That's why we are here. It couldn't be a better symbol than talking about the digital future of the Western Balkans, the core of the regional cooperation. It's the driving force of one common regional market. And just as this pyramid, one market for all six, is under construction. We have the base. A roaming-free Western Balkans as of 1st of July. While traveling in the EU from the Balkans, we pay 43 times higher in roaming than others. Thus, the ultimate goal is to have the roaming prices between Western Balkans and the EU gradually reduced and closer to the domestic ones in the next 5 years. So we are already working on this. In Podgorica, the 4th Western Balkan Digital Summit will take place. RCC is proud to be part of this story. Apart from the kickstart of a process of the reduction of roaming charges Western Balkans EU, we will be focused on improving our digital infrastructure. The most important goal is to provide broadband internet connections to 95% of the households until 2024. Then we have these services. And the pandemic showed us the importance of being prepared to go digital. By the way, maybe you don't recall, but last year during our Balkan session, we awarded 6 best innovative ideas from this region. And they will all be present in Podgorica, but one of them is local. It's a Montenegrin team that already prepared the Pokupi, like a digital platform on-demand taxi service provider for smartphones, and I have it already with me. Digital agendas will be ready for the next digital summit, like the e-shopping, for example, or recognition of trusted services, free flow of data, which is considered the 5th freedom of a common market. This is in short, but not all. Stay tuned. 11-13 of October from Podgorica.
It's an honor.
The cost from today will be 0.
Besplatni roaming znači više para za druge stvari, neke, ne znam, imaš sad razne stvari na koje može te pare da se potroše.
За мен безплатен роаминг не значи премногу, пошто значи доволно за да можам да роамирам низ цела
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It will be our 5th session, session 5, and we are going to open another important chapter of the summit. This chapter is about digital infrastructure and economy. And we are going to follow the panel entitled Balancing Hard and Soft Infrastructure to Ensure Meaningful and Inclusive Connectivity. But as usual, we will have a keynote speech before, and our keynote speaker comes from Vodafone. When she was at Vodafone Greece, she established the Center of Excellence for Internet of Things in the Vodafone Group, repositioning Vodafone in the public sector and achieving highest ever customer satisfaction in the market. At present, she is the CEO of Vodafone Albania, aiming to become the first operator to roll out the 5G mobile infrastructure in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Katja Stataki, CEO of Vodafone Albania.
Distinguished guests, thank you for having me as a keynote speaker to open one of the most important sessions of the Digital Summit, the Network and Connectivity session. In a post-pandemic world, we are all aware of the growing importance of a strong and reliable network as a prerequisite to creating and supporting the digital economy. At Vodafone Albania, we have known this well for years, even long before the pandemic. We were the first in the Albanian market to introduce 3G and 4G, and are aiming to be the first to introduce 5G technology, following the footsteps of the Vodafone Group 5G investments all over Europe. Furthermore, last year, Forbes Qatar has highly praised our mobile network, ranking Vodafone Albania as the 8th fastest mobile network in the world. Albania is a country with a difficult terrain, which creates many challenges in deploying a state-of-the-art network. It is also a country where personal income is much below that of Western Europe. But despite all, the commitment of Vodafone Group to invest in Albania has been persistent, ranking Albania among world leaders in mobile infrastructure. However, nowadays, we don't only talk about mobile networks. The fixed infrastructure is equally important. Fixed and mobile are no longer complementary to one another. They are part of the same network, and as such, shall be developed coherently. As of early last year, Vodafone Albania has become a fully converged company. Our aim is to invest in fixed broadband infrastructure and to bring that to the same high standards where we have brought the mobile network. Distinguished guests, today, we're all aware that the telecommunications sector is a vital part of our society. Connectivity is a service with almost the same importance as water and electricity. The pandemic made it even more visible to society, to consumers and businesses, that we need a network infrastructure that is inclusive and available in the same way in urban and rural areas in the country, in schools, universities, businesses, hospitals, everywhere. Therefore, at the heart of this digital need is the democratization of technology, where all citizens can receive an increased level of connectivity services with transparency, speed, thus giving value. I would like to bring to your attention an example of the enormous possibilities that digitization can bring, such as the Piraeus port in Athens, a neighbor to the Western Balkan countries whose digital agenda we're discussing today. The Port of Piraeus, while managed by a private company, constitutes one of the biggest infrastructures in the country with huge impact in the overall economy. It is a fully digitized port that operates 24/7, 365 days a year, uploading and offloading millions of containers through the use of a mobile private network, IoT technology, and telecoms infrastructure, bringing it to the top 3 ports in Europe. It is a great example that shows how investments in technology are vital for increasing efficiency and having an impact on the economy and all the investments around it. But to build a safe digital ecosystem, we need to have in place 3 ingredients. Number 1, the know-how that big global brands such as Vodafone have to offer. Number 2, the people with the necessary digital skills. Vodafone Albania has been building such a team in the last 20 years, also exploring this digital savvy brain to other Vodafone markets globally. And of course, number 3, a business-friendly environment where foreign direct investments in technology can blossom and continue investing in a sustainable, consistent manner. I would like to close with a message that operators, policymakers, stakeholders must work together in order to bring forward reforms that will allow the digitization path of the Western Balkan countries, so as to fully align with the region's ambition to EU integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katia Stataki, CEO of Vodafone Albania. And now we are ready for the panel. And I remind you that the title of the panel is Balancing Hard and Soft Infrastructure to Ensure Meaningful and Inclusive Connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the moderator of the next panel. This gentleman is the head of the Office for Europe at the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, in Geneva. His work is focused on ICT infrastructure, digital inclusion, accessibility, innovation, and cybersecurity. He led ITU's work at the United Nations World Summit on the Information Society process. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jaroslav Ponder.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special session. I'm telling this is a special session because it's not only the discussion, but this will be the source of the inspiration for our work and our basically way forward, how to balance the soft and hard infrastructure and the approaches of the countries for going further. Broadband connectivity is of a great importance to make full use of the potential of internet, but how hard infrastructure, however, is no longer enough. Soft infrastructure such as institutions, laws, design and implementation of strategies and appropriate policies are needed. That's why during this session we'll seek to engage stakeholders in a holistic discussion around broadband development in the Western Balkans, focusing on the challenges and the success stories. This is the reason why it's my great pleasure to welcome with us great speakers of this session coming from UNICEF, from Serbia, North Macedonia, EKIP, Kosovo, Montenegro, and MTEL. And it's also my great pleasure, before introducing the next speaker, to announce that this session also serves as the platform for launching a special report on connectivity and education in status and recent developments in 9 non-EU countries, including all Western Balkans, a special initiative of the ITU and UNICEF, and being also implemented under the aegis of the United Nations Digital Transformation Group on digital transformation for Europe and Central Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will propose to run this session in the following manner. I will hand over now to all speakers for introductory remarks for the 5 minutes, and then after which we'll enter into the questions and answers and the discussion. So without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker, Milan Ellison, Senior Advisor for Education, Europe and Central Asia Regional Office of UNICEF. Malin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jaroslav, and thank you for inviting us to this important session and this important summit. It's a truly an honor to hear such a variety and richness of stakeholders in this session. I will share my screen. I hope you see it now. There. As we all have embarked on the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, we also signed up for key principles such as the interdependency of SDGs and leaving no one behind. Education is one of the main vehicles to leverage digital transformation and spur prosperity. On behalf of UNICEF, I also like to stress the mission to reimagine education and to close the digital divide. In our region, our approach is called Learn In, and with a comprehensive approach, we are addressing the key dimensions of a digital ecosystem in both the hardware as in connectivity and devices, as well as the software of increasing capacity of school staff, as well as empowering of youth and children. And as Jaroslav said, we are very happy that in the spirit of the UN reform and revamping the regional collaboration, that we today have this launch of connectivity in education and the status and recent developments of these 9 countries, in which 5 Western Balkans are included. And ITU and UNICEF cordially invite you to a presentation and discussion of the report on the 10th of November. Worldwide, we see that 2/3 of the school-age children have no access at home, whereas in Western Balkan it's far better, but still there are 1/4 of the population that doesn't have access at home. And that is what I would like to speak about. And already before the COVID, we have to acknowledge that 4 to 16% of the children were out of school, and in which we found children from ethnic and linguistic minorities, more girls than boys in this area, as well as children with disabilities. And as a reflection of the learning crisis that was all over the world, but also in Western Balkan, the PISA results suggested that half of the 15-year-olds are not achieving minimum proficiency in the foundational skills needed for further education. The report of connectivity and education states a notable progress in percentage of the population covered by online 4G and LTE in the last 6 years. But we have to also look at the rate of a population falling outside digitalization. And the report shows an urban-rural divide, as the previous keynote speaker already addressed, as one of the key factors, as well as population living in poverty and living in remote location stands a very high risk of being left out. In terms of ICT and education, the region falls fast from the OECD average of 0.83 PCs per student and PCs in school with access to internet. Lessons learned is that a central broadband mapping is key to the identification of the school's accessibility, stability, and speed of the connect. And that also we've seen that this mapping exercise can reduce the connectivity cost. Foremost, we have to acknowledge the importance of the last mile connectivity and remote solutions. In addition, we have to foremost ensure that the infrastructures need to address the barriers as to why children was excluded from education and learning. Here, we cannot not enough underline the importance of inclusive digital learning. With digital assistive technology, that could be a game changer to overcome these learning barriers. We also see that we need to increase the numbers of computers in schools. And while waiting for this, we need to ensure that we have IT infrastructure availability, both the online and offline solutions. And when, in order to address shortages of devices, UNICEF has, over the COVID pandemic, supported countries in setting up mobile computers libraries as one of the examples. This hard infrastructure needs to be balanced with the soft side of the infrastructure, as Jaroslav stated. And I would like to mention 5 aspects. First, a capacity upshifting of school personnel that empowers teachers and learners to be key actors and leaders in inclusive digital transition. Secondly, we need to have a robust e-governance of education through digitalization of education management information system to support an efficient management and connectivity and digital tools. And again, with a special attention to the urban-rural divide, as well as a population living in socioeconomic deprived circumstances, to counteract the inequities in the system. We need to have education strategies and action plans that incorporate the inclusive dimension of digital learning, as well as we see over the past year that it's key that the documents also include the monitoring and evaluation systems of connectivity and digital tools. not less important, it's also important to stress that it's all about providing safe learning opportunities. And he is stressing that the legal framework for digitalization of education and data protection have a particular role to look into how that is protecting children in vulnerable situations. And last and not least, echoing what the previous speaker already said, we need to have an enabling environment that drives innovation. We need, in order to have the perspective of inclusiveness, we need to have local solutions for connecting and enhancing digital skills so all young people have access to internet and thereby have access to quality learning and skills development for a world of work. I think my 5 minutes is up. I stop there. Over to you, Jaroslav.
Thank you very much, Malin. I think this was very much inspiring, and you raised a lot of very pertinent items. But now, having this in mind, let us dive into the different experiences of the countries. And I have on my list the first person, Vladana Radisavljevic, chairman of the board of Serbian Academic and Research Network, who is in fact chipping in and replacing Milan Dobrijevic, assistant minister, who had the urgency and could not join us personally. But let's hear to Vladana. What is the experience of Serbia in this respect?
Very much, Jaroslav. Good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to be here with you today and to actually participate at the Digital Summit, and particularly at this session that addresses soft and hard infrastructure. I think that we are all aware of the fact how infrastructure, both hard and soft, is important in our everyday lives, in our work, especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic. Allow me to present today briefly the activities of the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications, which is the line Ministry for Telecommunications in Serbia, in the broadband development. Actually, the digitalization itself is one of the key priorities of our ministry, as well as the government of the Republic of Serbia. And we can all agree, I think, that the basis of the digitalization is the infrastructure itself. Ministry is conducting continuous work on the development and deployment of broadband infrastructure in Serbia, both fixed and mobile. At the end of 2019, Ministry already conducted a survey or the availability of fixed broadband mapping was mapped, and actually at that time we obtained maps of broadband availability at the settlement level. Actually, the data were gathered from all electronic communication operators that have market share above 1%, and we addressed around 4,600 settlements. This way, with data on the settlement level, we obtained enough data to actually determine white and gray areas in our country. At that time, actually at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, the ministry and Serbia actually did not have implemented the state aid rules regarding the broadband development. So that was the place where we had to actually do something, let's say, with the soft infrastructure. So upon the proposal of the line Ministry for Telecommunications, the government adopted the regulation for the establishment of program for the use of funds for financing development measures in the field of electronic communications and information society. And this way, the EU guidelines for the application of the state aid rules in the relation to the rapid deployment of broadband infrastructure was implemented in Serbia. So consequently, in June 2020, We started with the project on a rural broadband rollout, and actually we this way addressed the white and gray areas that we already mapped. In this project has two phases, and currently the first phase is on the way, and it is in plan for this and the next year. And in this phase, we are going to address around 470 settlements. So the plan is that the ministry will deploy the mid-mile infrastructure while the operators will deploy the last mile segment. This way, the last mile investment in targeted areas is becoming financially viable for operators. We have a financial support for this work from the WBIF Technical Assistance Fund and also from the EBRD. In this first phase, in order to invite and select private partners or operators for joint infrastructure construction, the ministry already conducted 3 public polls, and they were all conducted at the end of the last year. The mid-mile segment infrastructure will remain the property of the ministry, but it will be given to private partners, to operators for the long-term usage, and this long-term is 25 years. Also just to mention that selected operators in this project will have the obligation to deploy the last mile infrastructure covering at least 95% of households in targeted areas with at least 100 megabits per second. I already mentioned that the project has 2 phases, and the second phase is planned to start in 2023 and to last till 2025. We have these 2 parts of this phase. In the first phase, also the ministry will be the one deploying the mid-mile segment, and we are planning to address around 700 settlements, while in the last part of the project, the ministry will be the one that will deploy the whole infrastructure and consequently make it available to operators. This way, we are planning to cover another 600 settlements. The whole broadband development project aims to provide connectivity to all households in Serbia by 2025. So this will be the basic information, and thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you very much, Vladana, for this insight, and congratulations to the great progress. Mapping of the infrastructure, clear strategy, cooperation with the international donors and the financial institutions supporting the strategic projects. This is what we just heard, but let's now move to our next distinguished speaker, who is representing North Macedonia. Shpetim Latifi, advisor to the minister, is today with us, and the floor is yours. Shpetim, over to you.
Good. Thank you, Yaroslav. Good morning to you and to all the panelists and to everyone who is watching. It's nice to meet you virtually this morning. For all those who are in Podgorica, I am joining them physically in the afternoon. So I will share my screen and trying to be respectful of the reminder that the organizers have set of sticking to the time limit of 5 minutes and sharing no more than 3 slides. So the development of the electronic communications market and in general of the IT industry is really very important for North Macedonia, for our country's development and the transformation into a digital economy. So we also have key challenges that are affecting the sector, which is the state of the digital infrastructure, the high prices, which are coupled with lack of digital skills, which in turn hamper the adoption of productivity enhancing high-speed broadband connections. While the internet household penetration may not seem too far from the developed countries. We are at a rate of about 80%, which is only a few percentage points less than the average in the EU. The real state of broadband development in North Macedonia is constrained. And if these constraints and bottlenecks are not removed, the development of the country's digital economy will stall. Uneven distribution of high-speed and quality broadband access reinforces the urban and rural divide, just like the representative of UNICEF previously mentioned. We have just done a study this year in North Macedonia, and we have a clear picture of this huge divide. Despite relatively high levels of internet penetration, North Macedonia does not have much future-proof connectivity of over 100 megabits per second. So the poor sector development hinders the growth of e-commerce domestically and internationally, which is a subset of digital economy that can spur growth across industries. The project that we are about to start in North Macedonia, which is North Macedonia Digital Economy, or NODE project, is to improve access. I think I should move over to the next slide, by the way. I'm not sure if that changed anything with you. It could have now.
Please, good.
This project, the NODE project, is to improve access to high-speed broadband services in project areas and to online knowledge sources and services among citizens and public institutions. The government of Republic of North Macedonia aims to considerably improve the state of national digital or broadband infrastructure by investing in backhaul networks to benefit selected project areas. So the project will include the construction of the node network, connecting the white zones, just like the representative from Serbia has also mentioned similarly. So white zones, but also some justified gray zones. Also locations for free Wi-Fi internet access points, and connect all the public institutions like educational institutions, schools, universities, libraries, research centers, health institutions, ministries, courts, municipalities, and other state administration authorities and bodies. So beneficiary public institutions will be able to establish symmetrical access to ultra-fast broadband connectivity with speeds of at least 1 gigabit per second. Of course, we are now in the initial phase of performing a feasibility study to define the exact list of institutions, locations, number of households, and so on. North Macedonia has set specific targets when it comes to connectivity indicators in the digital economy and society index. As it can be seen from the slide, we need to increase our efforts in order to reach the average of EU countries in terms of connectivity, in parallel to investing in other key efforts in the process of digital transformation, such as electronic services, digital skills of both public sector and the general population, but also investment in cybersecurity, electronic ID, and interoperability with other countries, something that is being discussed among high-level state representatives exactly on this summit. So through the NODE project, we aim to improve the state of national infrastructure for providing broadband internet, which is recognized as a key resource for improving competitiveness in both the Republic of North Macedonia and its socioeconomic development. And in that direction, most of the resources are precisely in the direction of providing digital infrastructure and connectivity. Our government will allocate over 25 million euros in the next couple of years, in addition to another 30 million euros for this project, to include all the initiatives, not only for the connectivity and infrastructure, but also all the services that I've mentioned, electronic services, electronic ID, cybersecurity, and so on, so all these initiatives can become a reality. It's a huge increase in investment. And as I would say, this is not 25 million euros to be spent, but rather millions of euros to be saved by saving human resources, time lost, paper, making the processes more transparent, speedy, more accurate, more reliable, and at citizens' convenience. Finally, the great challenge of the pandemic with COVID-19 turned out to be a great opportunity for rapid digital transformation. And we must seize this opportunity to accelerate progress towards connecting the region. We must unify our efforts and work across borders and across sectors to jointly raise the quality of life and speed up the economic recovery in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great intervention, and congratulations for this achievement of so many items and great vision of the minister who is making concrete steps in order to make this happen and implement. But let us now move to our next speaker, coming from Montenegro, host of the Digital Summit, Pavle Mijuskovic, Deputy Director of Agency for Electronic Communications and Postal Services, EKIP, is with us today. And I'm handing over to him in case he's already connected. Pavle?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Ponder. I just wait for presentation. Okay. It is an honor to be a part of the Digital Summit, and I will take this opportunity to present the digital connectivity achievements in Montenegro. One of the agency goals is to provide a secure and predictable environment, and also to create conditions for development and implementation of new technologies. Next slide, please. In the last years, annual revenue of the telecommunication sector was at a level about 213 million, except the last year when it dropped to 211 million. In this period, the highest investment was in 2016, when investment was about 116 million, and the last year, operated invested about 61 million, but represent about 29% of the annual revenue. As you see on the slide, the number of internet users is growing, continuously growing from year to year, and at the end of June 2021, we have about 187,000 fixed broadband subscribers and about 572,000 mobile internet users. According to the Monstat data, 77.6% of population of Montenegro used internet in the last 3 months, and 80% of them use internet every day or almost every day. Next slide, please. As expected, the internet traffic is also growing. So in 2020, the fixed internet traffic on fixed network was about 342 petabytes, while the traffic on the mobile network was about 32 petabytes. And for sure, it will continue to grow. Average monthly traffic per subscriber is about 163 gigabytes for the fixed broadband users and about 9.4 for mobile internet users. To accommodate this huge amount of traffic, the capacity of international internet links is 285 gigabits per second. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we see the coverage. So FTTH of fiber is available for 67% of households. HFC of the cable network is for 26% of households, and the XDSL is available for 37% of the household, while 40% of household, unfortunately, is not covered by the fixed broadband. Speeds over 100 megabits per second are available for 77% of households. When we look this on the mobile coverage, we see that about 81% of the territory is covered by UMTS, while it's about 79% is covered by LTE. But when you look on regarding in population, 93% of population is covered by UMTS, and 97.53% is covered by LTE. Next slide, please. So we established geographical information system for mapping electronic communication infrastructure in 2016, and we updated the system in 2020. So we are mapping the underground ducts, posts, masts, antenna towers, main host, street cabinets, and network endpoints, and all other infrastructure which is good to hold the electronic communication networks. Based on the map infrastructure, we did the broadband mapping. So we do the broadband mapping by technology, by the speeds, and by operators. Also, the system allowed to enter the future plans for infrastructure deployment, and also for the future plan for the civil works. Agency enacted all the secondary legislation based on the law on telecommunication relevant to deployment of infrastructure, and we promote the shared use of infrastructure, and all infrastructure is built and used and maintained on the way to support use share of infrastructure. On the left, you will see a few screenshots from the system, and they shows the mapping of infrastructure, broadband coverage by the speed, technology, and the operators. On the right, you see the Montenegro divided on about 1,300 settlements. With the light gray are marked the settlements covered with the broadband speed, and the rest settlements are marked with a different shade, which actually represent the density of households in that settlement. Unfortunately, this is represent about 40% of the population, which is not covered. So our goal is to speed up the coverage of this area of the Montenegro where there not exist the economical interest for provisioning of services. So this will be all for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pavle, and thank you very much. Congratulations for great progress towards the mapping of the infrastructure and all efforts leading towards addressing the digital divide at the country level. And now let us move to our next speaker, coming from the representing monitoring and evaluation code project of the Ministry of Economy of Kosovo, Sara Shenteti. And I'm handing over to you, Sara.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this great session today. I'm going to share my screen just for a minute, please. Yeah, it seems to be okay. Yeah, hi everybody. Today I'm going to present the Kosovo Digital Economy Project, which is the most impactful tool of the Ministry for Economy in Kosovo to upgrade the hard infrastructure and enhance the digital skills of Kosovo people. Ministry of Economy through the Code project aims two main development objectives, which seems to be quite similar with the Node projects of the North Macedonia. To improve access to better quality and high-speed broadband services, and to improve access to online knowledge services. Next slide. We have four core activities within the Code project: finance and digital connectivity, with a focus in uncovered rural areas, and connection with the fiber optics of unconnected mobile towers to upgrade and enable them for 5G ready technology, deployment of the National Spectrum Monitoring System, setup of the National Research and Education Network, and provision of trainings in field of ICT for Kosovo youth. Through the activity of finance and digital connectivity, we have supported the projects for the deployment of high-speed broadband infrastructure in the identified uncovered areas and access for households and public institutions located there. All the identified areas are in remote zones of Kosovo where internet service providers did not see any business case to invest in. So based on this fact, we have developed a grant scheme through which we have subsidized the ISPs to 50% to implement the deployment in the respective settlements. This percentage was increased to 80% for the most remote areas where were living just a few households and where was difficult terrain. The requirements of the project, were deployment of high-speed broadband network through fiber to the home technology. And beside this, the ISPs has also to ensure free of charge access to guaranteed download speed at 100 megabits per second for a period of 5 years to the public institutions located in these zones. They also must ensure the open access to the subsidized infrastructure in line with the EU broadband guidelines. To date, as you might see, we have financed the deployment of the fiber to the home technology in almost 163 villages across 21 municipalities. Above 4,000 households, 76 schools and 27 healthcare institutions have benefited from the network installation. By the end of the 2021, or at the beginning of 2022, we will reach almost 100% broadband coverage in Kosovo. In terms of hard infrastructure, we also support the deployment of the National Spectrum Monitoring System for the Regulatory Authority of Electronic Communication in Kosovo to facilitate investments in wireless infrastructure rollout through technical inputs on radio frequency bands assignments and usage. Through this system, a regulatory authority will ensure more efficient spectrum monitoring and control in the country. We are also covering the soft infrastructure in the code project. Last year, we have established the National Research and Education Network in Kosovo to connect the higher education institutions in knowledge sources and to provide digital sources as well as Azure Stack on-premise with all included services. This network, by the end of 2020, has become a member of GEANT Association, which is the pan-European data network for the research and education community. GEANT interconnects national research and education networks across Europe, enabling them collaboration on projects ranging from ICT, biological science, arts, cultures, etc. We are also focused on the enhancement of digital skills of youth in Kosovo. Kosovo has the youngest population in Europe, as you may know. 34% of entire population is under 18 years old, and highly skilled in the ICT field. The ministry currently is running 2 training programs funded by EU and the World Bank, which will support access to digital skills trainings for youngsters in Kosovo, in the most in-demand ICT skills in the world. Trainings are being provided in 7 biggest regions of Kosovo as face-to-face and online courses, and it is expected to benefit more than 4,000 young people. Through these trainings, we believe that the beneficiaries will increase their employability in the local and international ICT market. That was all for this round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this update, and congratulations for a lot of developments addressing so many different issues so pertinent for the digital transformation. And ladies and gentlemen, now let us move to the voice of the private sector. We started with the strategic message keynote from one operator, but now let us move to Alexandra Radojevich, who is representing MTEL today and is with us today. So if possible, I would invite you to take the floor now.
Thank you, Jaroslav. I'm very happy to be here and to represent MTEL strategy and to tell you more about how we balance our hard and soft infrastructure. So basically, without further ado, I'll, because of time constraints, jump straight to the 3 main points I wanted to highlight today. Those are concerned regarding startup ecosystem, telemedicine, e-health, and digital skills in our e-learning program. So basically, please move to the next slide. I'm trying to be prior one. I'm trying to be very, very quick because we are over time. So basically, our hub that we are the first telco that established the hub in Montenegro. We are the first and the only one, actually. And basically, what we have done so far, we have built a sound digital ecosystem with startup ecosystem. We have partnered with the government and we have partnered with the universities in order to support startups within Montenegro, but we also support freelancers and provide free co-working space and meetups for the community in order to foster creation of new ideas, but also we provide a hard infrastructure in terms of free premises and free data and internet connection within it. Because we have a side event on this topic, I'll move to the next one. We also have a side event on e-health. So please change to the next slide. So in the last 2 years and 3 years, actually, we have a Harley investment in e-health and telemedicine infrastructure. We have, even before the COVID, provided teleconference system that actually connects Clinical Center of Montenegro with the general hospitals of Berane, Pljevlja, and Bar. It provides remote consultation and examination of patients, what was proved during the pandemic that it was crucial for some patients. And the second phase of the project was concerned with teleradiology, and teleradiology is basically allows our doctors to have high resolution scans, and that the scans could be recorded and read from the distant location, even from home, but from the other hospitals in Montenegro. We have also provided a free call center during pandemic. So basically, even before pandemic, we realized the importance of the digitalization of the health and what was proved very useful during the crisis. However, as my colleague from UNICEF said, it's also we were concerned with the most vulnerable groups, and we wanted to have inclusive connectivity for all society. And we have provided free internet access to 70 schools last year and to more schools the year before. And thanks to the vision of our director, Vladimir Lucic, we were able to provide even that last mile for some rural schools. That was very important. And we also provided free add-on mobile data to the digital platforms that were published during pandemic. So in this manner, we wanted to support our youngest customers and to provide support to the whole society in terms of availability of education during the crisis. So basically, those 3 projects were all CSR projects. The investment was more than €1 million, and it was very important that we have a good feedback from the community regarding those. So basically, I will give the floor back to Jaroslav, as I believe that in the second round, I'll tell you more in depth about the connectivity. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Alexandra, for highlighting these specific projects, very much relevant to the driving the digital transformation at the country level, and very important, driving also demand for the high-speed connectivity, which is essential in order to make really digital transformation 2.0 reality these days. And congratulations to all those addressing not only the services, but also focusing on the marginalized groups. And the children, of course, require special attention, not only in terms of providing them the equipment and the needs for connectivity, but also special care of creating the confidence in use of the ICTs. And this is something also where the role of the private sector is essential, as you are equipping the millions of the children browsing every day on the internet and having different experiences. And this is very important that we are keeping an eye on this as all stakeholders. But this brings me to the next question, and I will turn now to the second part of our panel, more interactive discussion. And as we were talking about the children, let me turn to our colleagues from the UNICEF and their experience in terms of equipping those vulnerable groups and those who need the digital most and to become the efficient user. So what would be the concrete actions to accelerate the access to the digital learning for the children? Malin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jaroslav. This is a very important session, and I think that the colleagues have already raised the issues that a lot of things is going on. So one of the really important aspects is how do we bring this partnership together and how do we coordinate better? So I would like to stress 2 points, both that the already existing long-term investments is already taking place in the Western Balkans, and it's very, very positive to hear all the speakers is addressing this from an inclusive dimension. At the same time, I think that we also, with our experience, would like to stress the importance of finding the innovative solution. Meanwhile, the broadband expansion is underway. It has been a number of colleagues that have intervened on the technical side of bringing the online to the remote areas and to the villages, and this is something we would like to underline, that how do we make the best investments and most efficient investments by targeting the location of those living in digital learning poverty. I also hear that mapping is then one of the concrete actions that will lead us then to how to implement really effective solutions. And we can't underline enough the importance of bringing both offline and online solutions, particularly those who have not been reached by this, by investing in hubs and learning device concepts, that we can have offline classrooms that can act as a server and storing local digital content and individual learning records, as well as using local area network as for now. The other dimension that colleagues also mentioned is on the teacher training. Again, a lot of activities is going on, and here I would like to underline the importance of how can we make these trainings, teacher trainings, and upshifting of school personnel to be inclusive, having in mind of how can we reach to children living with minority languages, as well as with living with disabilities. And one example that I would like to raise is that also the cross-country learning. And one example we have is the collaboration and partnership with Achilles Foundation on digital learning tools for language requirements for refugee education, for refugee children, which has allowed us to use the same content with translation that spur these cross-country learning and gives us economy of scale of what we are already doing. I also would like to emphasize the importance of that we invest in promoting digital schools, digital skills for those that we see that is likely to fall a little bit behind in the world of work, and we pay particular attention to girls and STEM in this regard. And we, in our support, we are working with inclusive digital learning for teachers, and is having a target of 5% of the teachers in 4 of the Western Balkan countries. And here I think that is a scope for collaboration with partners to see how we can make the most efficient gains in this respect. And last but not least, we need to invest more in evidence generation, and that is something that is very close to our heart, of actually understanding what works for children living in poverty, and to use the young people themselves to tell us and inform us of what is working. And that goes also with listening to the grassroots levels, for instance, teachers, and also sharing their innovations from the local level and enhancing community of practices to ensure that with this unique opportunity that we have to transform the society into digital upshift, there is using the potential from the grassroots and those living in digital poverty.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for raising the importance of addressing the issue of the human-centered approach towards the digital transformation, which we're trying to promote wherever it's possible, make sure that no one is left behind, and in particular the vulnerable groups are addressed and their needs are really exposed at the level of our priority lists. But this brings us to our next speaker from Serbia. Badena, you were talking a lot about the project, which is really a strategic breakthrough in terms of the connectivity and providing the basis, foundations for the digital transformation at the country level. But what additional actions you would see that would drive these demands and ensure the inclusiveness for this digital transformation process? Badena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is a question that we consider really important and really interesting for us in Serbia. So I will try here to keep my answer brief and clear. So I think what we first think when we are talking about stimulating the demand for connectivity as well as for the uptake is probably the broadband cost reduction, affordability, or subventions, both for enabling broadband connectivity and the terminal equipment. But what I think that it is really important that we cannot forget about and that we need to focus on is to make the broadband widely available, to bridge the digital divides, and to make available a wide variety of e-services. So I think that different e-services ranging from government, e-education to e-health and telemedicine, and ranging from e-commerce to, let's say, a narrow specialized e-services like, for example, e-tourist guides. Together with the possibility to use them at any time and at any place is the real and the best stimulation that we can have for the increase of the demand for connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. I see that you have a very comprehensive approach to be applied at the country level, and this makes us super happy to hear that. But let us move to your neighboring country, North Macedonia. We've heard a lot about the Node project, but for us always the question which raises is how to finance strategic projects to make the things happen. And not to remain at the level of the planned strategies, but really to engage the different stakeholders. Will you aim at going with the more public funding, or it will open also the gates at the possibility of investigating the public-private partnership in context of such a project?
Thank you for the question, Jaroslav. Yes, the idea of the Node project is not new. Actually, 2 years ago it was initiated, And the initial plan was actually had in mind that this is the implementation of the National Operating Broadband Plan of North Macedonia, which would primarily focus white zones, some Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi locations, and public institutions. Having said that, it only makes sense for it to be state-owned and state-operated, meaning it should also be funded by state funds. But it's not only the question of who is paying for the bill and how expensive it is going to cost, but sometimes it is also the question of how it is going to be operated and managed once it is built. And this is something that in general, and maybe in the Western Balkans, a little bit more than in the rest of the EU, state-owned, let's say, resources can always be managed better than they are, let me put it that way. So having said that, we did a cost-benefit analysis, which showed that actually the project, if it is implemented in a public-private partnership, it will cost much less, and it will be fully functional much sooner. And there are no OPEX costs to the state, having in mind that it will partner with existing telcos. We also have the experience of Kosovo taken into consideration. So code is similar to what node is going to be in North Macedonia. So the cost-benefit analysis said that public-private partnership is a better solution. Having that conclusion, we are now going to perform a feasibility study. We were granted a WBIF grant for the feasibility study, which we rejected. We will fund it with our own funds, and depending on what the feasibility study is going to say, we will choose one or the other model. Personally, and this is not me speaking on behalf of the ministry or the state, but just a personal preference, public-private partnership would be a better option.
Thank you very much for this message, and I think I'm sure that the private sector is very happy to hear about this, that if we are thinking about the role of the private sector in supporting the strategies of the countries and being engaged in such a strategic developments at the country level, and on the other hand, country creating an enabling environment, fostering the investments. And this brings us to the next speaker from Montenegro. And Pavle, what should be done to speed up deployment of infrastructure, especially in rural areas? From your point of view of the institution which is in charge of the creating an enabling environment, in particular focusing on the regulatory aspects. So Pavle, over to you.
Thank you. So the law in which is transposed the Broadband Cost Reduction Directive should be adopted by Parliament as soon as possible and implemented. This law should make improvement in the following areas: streamlining payment granting procedures, increasing transparency and reinforcing single information point, expanding the right to access the physical infrastructure controlled by public state bodies, and improve the dispute resolution mechanism. Also, we should transpose the European Electronic Communication Code in our legislation. Also, besides the transposition of BCRD and EEC to increase the coverage, digital information strategy also envisage establishment of Broadband Competence Office. Also, we should harmonize different laws relevant to protection and deployment of infrastructure and lower fees for deployment of infrastructure alongside the local and the state road, and also lower the price for use of land owned by the state or municipalities. Based on the law on critical infrastructure, we should make a list of critical infrastructure in the electronic communication sector. Also, in the beginning of the next year, is auction for pioneer bands for 5G, and 5G should be available commercially by end of the year. To achieve this, we will have to introduce a lot of incentives. And on the end, as we saw that we are in the right, going to the right direction, the comprehensive study, which is prepared for the Ministry of Economic Development, will define the white, gray, and black zones, and also provide cost-benefit analysis for different model of deployment infrastructure in particular settlements. And also, they will also propose us different measures to speed up the deployment. So this is what should be done in Montenegro to narrow the gap between the rural and the urban areas.
Thank you very much, Pavel. It's a very comprehensive approach, and we keep the fingers crossed for the implementation in the next steps. And let's now take a look at our colleagues from the Ministry of Economy of Kosovo. So what are these ministries' short-term goals related to the ICTs? Will you be able to elaborate more, Sarah?
Okay, not prolonging too much. I'll briefly go through the main activities. As I mentioned during my presentation, yes, Kosovo has a very good broadband penetration, but we still have low quality and low speed internet compared to some of other Western Balkan countries. Two main factors for this situation are insufficient capacity of international internet connectivity and increased demand. So the ministry will plan and implement the projects to upgrade the capacities and intervene in the bottlenecks of the infrastructure. This may lead to the investments on backbone, backhauls, and other types of infrastructure through the grant scheme developed. We will also publish new calls for applications for connecting remained unconnected mobile towers with high-speed broadband infrastructure to enable them for 5G technology. And in line with this, we are hardly working to introduce 5G fixed gigabit connectivity in Kosovo. We will soon do 5G piloting, which will enable operators to advance as soon as possible in providing new services and technologies, such as those enabled by 5G network. On the other hand, the ministry will continue to support the access to digital skills trainings for youngsters in Kosovo to bridge the digital skills gap in a sustainable manner. Furthermore, we will work to supply the Kosovo Research and Education Network with some of the equipment needed to create conditions, space, and place for the private sector and academia to have opportunities for research and initial test phase for products and service development. We are also in the process of developing the new Digital Agenda 2030, which is the most important activity for Kosovo, which will serve as a main roadmap for further developments and future actions for ICT sector. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So a lot is happening and a lot is to come shortly. So thank you very much for this, Sarah, keeping the fingers crossed. But let us now give the floor to our voice of the private sector. We've heard a lot about this, what is planned, what is ongoing on. You as the operator, of course, you are under pressure. Pressure of expectations from the citizens of our region to fulfill our dreams of being the part of the gigabit society. And of course, talking about the gigabit society, we are immediately thinking about the current implementation of the 5G, which could bring us to the next level of the digital transformation. So how does MTEL foresee the development of the soft infrastructure initiatives in coming years, and what will 5G bring in terms of inclusive connectivity? I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Jaroslav. Very interesting, inspiring question. And as my colleagues priorly said, the level of hard and soft infrastructure improved in recent years in Montenegro and in a region as well. During pandemic, MTEL proved that we have a resilient hard infrastructure that supported the society and the economy in period when the borders and when the airports were basically within the lockdown. And in the soft infrastructure, MTEL is actively participating in regulation creation and such as the digital transformation strategy of Montenegro, but we were also involved in a smart specialization. Smart specialization was the first adopted in Montenegro, and ICT is identified as a crucial pillar for development of other verticals. And with the 5G, I believe that within network slicing, we will have the opportunity that we haven't had before. Actually, we already now see the demand for high performance and flexible communication service. And as a result, network slicing is emerging, and the network slicing is basically making and bridging the gap between the public network that cannot meet the current demands and the specialized private networks, which requires higher investments and even in some cases more equipment on the premises. So basically, I believe that with network slicing technology, we will be able to basically have a better and more meaningful connectivity in which way network slicing actually is individual virtual networks built on the shared infrastructure and designed to serve various business purposes. And within network slicing, we basically combine the all good size of a public network. It could be easily installed and set up like a public network basically within the 5G. And we also have the good size of a private network. We have the ability to have traffic isolation and high degree of customization with a good level of security. And the network slicing is even more than public plus private. It's rapidly deployed, configured, and modified while providing a wide area coverage. What does this mean to our society? And I hope that after the licensing, we will have the 3 waves of deployment. The first wave will be the more stable one, and it will focus mostly on traffic isolation. But in the second and in the third wave, we will have more inclusion and more end-to-end solutions in slicing automation, and when the slices will become more dynamic ones. So basically, we will include more verticals like energetic sector or agricultural sector that were left behind, and we will cover the areas, but this also is demanding for us as a telco, as we will not just stand aside and provide the connectivity, but we will be also more deeply included within the industry development in Montenegro, and we are happy to be able, after the 5G rollout, to support other industries more meaningfully. Thank you. So over to you, Jaroslav.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexandra, for this voice. We are really pleased to hear that the private sector is committed to support the digital transformation and is seeing the great future. Ladies and gentlemen, I was informed that our time is coming to the end, so that's why with this we will be wrapping up. During this session, we have learned that meaningful connectivity that is fit for purpose can be realized only if the infrastructure development focusing on the supply side, including coverage obligations, regulating competition, or public funding are balanced and complemented by soft infrastructure focusing more on the demand side. With regards to the hard infrastructure, broadband mapping, coherent strategy, commitments of the public budgets, cooperation with the international organizations are key to ensure development of telecommunication sector, particularly with regards to the fixed services. With regards to the soft infrastructure, digital economy strategies are key to bridge between broadband development and meaningful and digital transformation. However, also other government policies aimed at the digital human-centric development, including, for example, developing digital skills, investing in research, ensuring inclusion of minorities are also important, together with the CSR initiatives of the private sector that are fundamental to ensure a robust digital transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, with this wrap up of the session, I would like to thank you very much for great contribution. Big applause goes to our distinguished speakers who took time to discuss and inspire and also create the vision of this what is in front of us, in front of the citizens of the economies of the Western Balkan. I would like to also thank very much to the conveners and to the public who was with us, patiently following this session through the portal or through the YouTube. So thank you very much with this, and with this we can declare this session closed, handing over to our colleagues in Podgorica. Thank you very much one more time.
And thank you, Yaroslav. Thank you very much. Thanks to your panelists, those here on the stage and those online. And now we will have a coffee break. And here in the Balkans, we use coffee mostly for socializing. And so you can grab a cup of coffee in one hand and your mobile device in the other, and use the possibilities of our platform to connect to each other and to find the next inspiring person, the one who will define your next digital steps. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Hopefully this time my assistant Digi will tell us who will introduce this topic. Will you, Digi?
I am a co-host, not an assistant, a co-host. Okay, now, as the human guy here said, our keynote speaker will be, all the way from India, Mr. Pramod Varma.
Indeed, Digi, indeed. You're right. Dr. Pramod Varma is the CTO of XStep Foundation, learning platform for 200 million children in India. Chief architect of India's digital identity program, successfully covering more than 1.2 billion people. Co-founder of Balkan.org, creating open source protocol specifications for hyperlocal decentralized commerce. Dr. Varma, we are really honored to have you here at the Western Balkans Digital Forum.
I was supposed to say that.
Hush, Digi, hush. We're listening to Dr. Varma.
Connectivity, data, and AI, all of which will have an unimaginable impact on society. Hi, I'm Pramod Varma, Chief Architect of India's Digital Identity Program and Architect of India's Stack, touching 1 billion people in India. I'm pleased to be speaking with all of you today on this important topic. In the last 2 decades, the world saw unprecedented growth of data resulting from increased connectivity, mobiles, and cloud computing. Today, there are more than 6 billion smartphone users in the world. Connectivity is fast becoming ubiquitous. Digitization and virtualization of our lives seem inevitable. AI and deep learning algorithms have seen a non-linear improvement in the last 3-4 years. AI is not necessarily about human-looking robots as we see in movies. It'll be way more subtle and invisible. It'll be everywhere and everything we do. Low-cost sensors, 5G, combined with cheap storage and compute will further accelerate this trend. Domestic and cross-border trade, skilling and job opportunities, access to affordable and quality healthcare, virtualized education will all be disrupted and transformed beyond our imagination. At the same time, few private companies are monopolizing data. Privacy and cybersecurity fears are real. Fake news and deepfakes are starting to impact societies. And there is real fear of AI moving at a pace beyond what policymakers can deal with. We must therefore be very cognizant of this and deliberately plan policies and technology to minimize harm. Let me tell you a bit about India and how connectivity, data, and AI are starting to play out at scale. From having to wait for 5 years to get a phone in the late 90s, India has come a long way. We have more than 1 billion smartphone users, about 500 million smartphone users, 600 million plus internet users, and has the cheapest data plans in the world. India in the last decade has also invested in building India's stack, a set of digital building blocks from identity to digital signature to electronic payments and others. This rapid digitization is resulting in massive amounts of data being generated. Hence, dealing with data and AI-driven innovation was not an option. It was a necessity. India's Personal Data Protection and Empowerment Bill will ensure personal data is not only protected, but also given everyone has access to all their digital footprints. Like the way we created policies and infrastructure for connectivity, we are creating data policies and data infrastructure. Our aim is complete data portability and privacy-preserving data exchange. We are democratizing access to data, where neither large companies nor government can monopolize data, but individuals and innovators are empowered with data. I want to end with this. Imagine you have all the power in the world. What policy and technology infrastructure would you bring to create a privacy-preserving, democratized, data-driven economy, AI economy? What would you do to ensure AI-driven economy brings inclusion and human empowerment rather than exclusion and harm? Thank you.
Such a privilege to have you here with us, Dr. Varma. Now we are going to alarm some conspiracy theories because in the same panel, we are going to treat the issues related to artificial intelligence and 5G. Okay, we are going to attend the session 6 of this summit, a panel called Intersection of AI and 5G, What to Expect in the Western Balkans. And we need an expert to guide us through this panel. It's an unexplored land. So she started her career at Croatian Posts and Telecommunications. Then she moved to Siemens Croatia in their communication sector, which later became known as Nokia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that some of you have already recognized our next moderator, Ms. Sandri Nives from Nokia Siemens Networks, Zagreb, Croatia. Ms. Sandri, please proceed. No, DG, please, okay? Don't pay any attention to my silly assistant. Go away. There's a panel now. Please, go away.
Thank you very much for introducing our panel. Let me also introduce my colleagues who are also members of this panel. But before this, to tell you, thank you very much for all those who are having a time today, listen our panel. We do believe that topic we are having on our agenda today is really needed to be discussed because through discussion, I'm sure you will learn more, and additionally, you will also see the situation in the Western Balkan economies from the directly people coming from there. Okay, whom we have in our panel? Let me start with Mr. Nikola Ljušev, CEO of Makedonski Telekom and representative of Deutsche Telekom. I need to say that we have a problem a little bit for Mr. Ljušev to join. Hopefully he will succeed in steps to join, so he will join us as well. Nevertheless, we are still having 4 additional participants. Ms. Meliha Kovačević, she is head of Department Communication Regulatory Agency in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then we have Julian McNeil. He is a consultant in ITU for Europe. Then we have Elvin Guri, entrepreneur in Investor Empower Capital Albania. And then last but not least, of course, Ms. Fiola Restelica Ahmeti, project and component coordinator Kosovo, Digital Economy Program Kosovo. We are all together here to present you what we do believe should be said on these topics. But before this, we would like also to share with you one video which should be base for our discussion about 5G as a base and then artificial intelligence as a really needed next step that 5G can really boost to the maximum. Please, if we can have our video prepared. Video is, you will see video is inspiration speech from Sean Kennedy, head of Artificial Intelligence Labs in Nokia Bell Labs department.
Hello, my name is Sean Kennedy, and I lead the AI Research Lab inside of Nokia Bell Labs. There's no question that algorithms bring critical differentiation to many of the products we sell at Nokia. There's also no question that in recent years, the most valuable algorithms have been driven by AI and machine learning. Of course, AI is not new, and even in the 1980s, Jan LeCun had shown the power of convolutional neural networks at Bell Labs. But what's changed is that it has become impossible to find a facet of human life that is not driven in part by AI algorithms and principles. The first thoughts around machines that could think and take their own decisions emerged in the early 1900s. For almost half a century, they remained fiction until the 1950s when scientists started to analyze whether the ideas of such stories could be turned into reality. Famously, Alan Turing asked whether machines could think and described a test for assessing machine intelligence. There was a tremendous sense of optimism for creating thinking machines. Indeed, researchers predicted that a fully intelligent machine would be built in less than 20 years. In the 1980s, enthusiasm started to grow again, but a multitude of obstacles at the time put AI back to sleep for the wider public. Thankfully, scientists didn't give up and quietly pursued their work. We had a glimpse into the future to come with examples like IBM's Deep Blue, an artificially intelligent chess computer that would beat world chess champion and grandmaster Garry Kasparov in 1997. Fast forward to 2012, and the surprising performance of deep neural networks had led to the algorithmic revolution that we're living through today. This revolution is being driven by data that is being collected at scale through a multitude of new and fully connected sensors, data that is moving at speed and without latency through networks such as 5G, data that is being processed by the capacity and speed of microelectronics and the dramatic and affordable increase in computing, processing power, and data storage capabilities. The value of AI is clear. It has enabled scientists, engineers, doctors, students, workers, and actually all of us to literally stand on the shoulders of giants. AI helps us interpret the vast amounts of data that humans would never be capable of dealing with alone. It augments doctors to save lives. It brings us speech recognition and verbal interactions with machines. It allows us to detect anomalies in cyberspace, to fight cyber attacks. And it is driving new levels of automation never seen before on this planet. So how are we driving this future at Nokia and inside of Nokia Bell Labs? I'd like to just list off some of our business use cases that we're going after, which offer huge improvements with no or very low risk for end consumers. We are using AI to automate issue resolution by analyzing network and service health, allowing us to identify root causes and trigger preventative and corrective actions. We are using AI to automate 5G networks by predicting future network outages and capacity constraints. We are using AI for self-organizing networks, allowing mobile networks to continuously adapt to changes in capacity and make network configuration changes, a critical function for 5G. We are using AI to learn from live network patterns to efficiently use power, increasing energy efficiency. We are using AI for massive MIMO beamforming, and in fact, we are even using AI to help design the networks themselves. All of this put together shows you that AI has a tremendous potential in telecoms and connectivity. Imagine the potential it has in all sectors of economic and social activity. These are certainly at the core of what you will speak of today. As a final note, allow me to wish all of the countries of this region success in investing into STEM education, digital skills, fiber, and 5G deployment, and following and contributing to many of the European initiatives that touch on these areas of AI and data. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us continue. Many thanks to Mr. Varma, many thanks to Sean. I mean, it is clear that artificial intelligence is not anything new. I mean, we are aware about that scientists were working with and on artificial intelligence from the beginning of the 20th century. They were improving and working very hard to have algorithms to come to nowadays. But if we are looking up and talking about use cases in ICT, in telecom, in connectivity, then we are in an area, in an age of enormous, huge number of data. It is clear, and we heard this from Varma and Mr. Varma and Sean, that without artificial intelligence, actually 5G would not be able to be completely used with full power and boost to the maximum. Therefore, let us today with our panelists see and discuss the status in Western Balkan economies and how we together can boost opportunities, what are opportunities we have, and actually what are possibilities with technologies of 5G, where artificial intelligence is must, as already said by Mr. Varma and Sean, and it is clear. Okay, let us start then with first panelist, Mr. Ilyushev. Thank you very much. You are succeeded to join despite problems. Thank you. Let us also tell you that our panel will be put in two sessions parts. One session part will be we'll have the same questions for all our panelists to learn a little bit about them and also to see how they are engaged in the topic of today. And then second part, we will go more in details about the topic. Okay, let me start with the first question, where we would like to understand what motivates you, Mr. Ilyushev, and makes you passionate in dealing with 5G and artificial intelligence in your environment in Macedonia and in the group, of course.
Hello, good day to all. Dobar dan. Hope that you can hear me well.
Yes, very good.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be in this round on panelists and speak about a topic that is very close to my heart and to the company that I'm representing. Makedonski Telekom is part of Deutsche Telekom Group and is the largest communications operator in Macedonia with 60% revenue share. We are commanding also lion's share of profitability of the market, but not only in terms of revenue and profitability, we are also in terms of our investment capacity. We are the largest operator in the country. Only last year, Makedonski Telekom CapEx share was close to 2/3 of the total telco investment in Macedonia, which speaks about our long-term commitment to the market. Now, back to your question, I have three fundamental reasons or beliefs that make me passionate and positive about 5G and artificial intelligence. The first reason is my conviction that 5G and AI will have a positive impact on economic welfare. And although welfare can be observed in two dimensions, purely economic one and the other one on the social front, I'm mostly referring at the moment to economic KPIs like investments, like taxes, levies, output, productivity, profits, GDP growth. According to the study that was commissioned back in 2018 for the purpose of the first Western Balkan Digital Summit in Skopje, and in my opinion, a study that is still very valid, improvements in the digitization index for 10 points in Western Balkan is going to bring 0.6 to 0.7 growth, percentage growth in GDP. The second reason that makes me very confident and bullish about these technologies is the power of these, of their specific combination. Namely, I think that 5G and artificial intelligence perfect and complement each other quite nicely. 5G will surely accelerate development of new AI use cases, and more mature AI will contribute to the penetration of 5G devices. In other words, AI and 5G together will make possible capabilities that never ever existed before. And the last reason, to my understanding, definitely the most important, and the reason why I'm so passionate about it, 5G and AI might be eventually our last chance to save the planet, our singular human habitus. In the last 100 of years, we have quite badly damaged our planet, and now maybe we have the very last chance to reverse things back before we're going to lose the planet for good. The consequences that we see in climate change, in the depletion of natural resources, in the natural catastrophes are more than obvious. 5G and AI give us opportunity to slow down the use of natural resources, to help agriculture and improve food production, to increase land use and recover biodiversity, reduce carbon footprint, and improve energy efficiency. Never before we have seen such a powerful combination of transformative technologies that pack a potent punch against negative trends, and I'm hopeful that 5G and AI will live up to these promises.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilyushev. Fully agreed. I mean, staying and being more green, because this is essential, definitely for us to survive, then I fully agree. ICT is a base for a GDP growth and also definitely digital and being digital will contribute exactly to this, what you mentioned, and conclude. Thank you very much. Let us proceed. Ms. Meliha, please, what is your view and what is your engagement with these interesting topics? We cannot hear you. You need to unmute.
Yes. Hello, thank you. From personal perspective of one engineer, so I'm quite thrilled to witness the emergence of such new technologies as 5G. As I recall now, my childhood dream was video communications, not even mention mobile communications. Now my daughter talks to her laptop. A really new era is coming. So 5G networks are set to accelerate fourth industrial revolution and create huge opportunities in business and society. So the greater versatility and capability of 5G means that it would be used for much more wide range of purposes than simple mobile broadband for business and customers and by diverse set of providers. So together with artificial intelligence, the two technologies have a potential to create a whole new ecosystem that may change our world and make it a better place for living. So announcements of 5G as a sustainable, converged, energy more efficient network are quite inspiring. So we are in anticipation of applications that can make us safer and healthier, our work more productive and more reliable. And therefore, I strongly believe that 5G and AI may contribute to aligning with global strategic directions described in UN Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development, expressing 17 goals from eradicating poverty to protection of planet. So these goals cannot be reached without strong involvement and help of technology.
Definitely, fully agreed. Julian, you are a member not coming from Western Balkan economies, nevertheless, being very much in touch and being very much aware, what would be your view?
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandri, and good morning to everyone. Well, mobile services are without question an enabler for economic growth and innovation. Just the information, the data that Mr. Lyushev presented is something that the association between penetration and GDP growth is really something that we at ITU see in many regions of the world. And mobile services significantly also contribute to ensuring social resilience, as it has been demonstrated during COVID-19. So as done in the past with previous generation of technologies, at ITU, we strive to support governments and regulators and other stakeholders in their efforts towards implementation of next generation technologies, such as 5G. And we are motivated to come back to your question. We are very motivated by the positive transformational impact on the lives of millions that these technologies have. In fact, if we think that of what 4G meant for our societies over the recent years, one cannot avoid wondering and having positive expectations for 5G in the future, especially in combination with other technologies such as artificial. So ITU seeks to bring these benefits to all corners of the world. And so this is in a nutshell what drives our work. Over to you.
Thank you a lot, Julian. Let us proceed. What motivates and passionates you, Viola?
Thank you, Ms. Sandri. It is an honor for me to be part of this panel with distinguished guests and panelists. Let me first introduce myself. I am Viola Restelica Ahmeti. I am head of the Kosovo Digital Economy Project Implementation Unit. CODE is a World Bank supported project that is implemented by the Ministry of Economy in Kosovo with the main objective of financing the digital, the most critical components that are needed for digital transformation of the country. The project started its implementation from 2019 for a 5-year period. To answer your questions, to come back to your question, Ms. Sandri, I have prepared a short slide, if I can share it with you all.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So these are actually Kosovo is a very well-connected country with a broadband infrastructure. As you can see from the left chart, we stand pretty good on the penetration of households, even beyond EU average. The broadband penetration, according to the last official data, has reached 130% of households, and also mobile penetration is about 110% based on active SIM cards. With the support of the Code project, as you can see from the right side, we have also managed to close the gaps, meaning to connect the white areas, the villages that were unconnected before with broadband infrastructure. Now, all populated rural areas are connected to fiber to the home. As you can see in 2021, there are just some small villages left without this broadband infrastructure, and in the table below are more some of the key developments from the projects that we have connected more than 188 villages. The investment model of public-private partnership that we have implemented has proven to be very essential, not only to ensure that we invest public funds responsibly, but also to achieve our objective much faster. Of course, one of our objective was through the public investment to actually attract private capital on those project areas as well. But as it was also introduced from the previous speakers and also from the videos you showed, there is a huge demand also to introduce new services. For us, we have still a lot of work to do in order to close connectivity gaps that we still have, like, for example, for backbone and for backhaul. And for this reason, we need to work together with the private sector as well, and to support them in also deploying new technologies of the future, such as 5G, but also of very high capacity networks, where also my work is. So also, yeah, taking into account also these figures that I have presented before, I am motivated and passionate to work and to continue my work on these activities that will support also the deployment of new generations of mobile networks in Kosovo, but as well as to introduce new services that will be provided through AI, and that will in turn contribute to the socio-development economies of Kosovo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fiola. Let us then close our first round of questions with Elwin. Elwin, what motivates you and how you are coming to this area of 5G and artificial intelligence as being entrepreneur? And I can imagine you have full head of ideas and projects in your pipeline.
Thank you for this opportunity to address this most excellent panel and this distinguished audience. As a majority shareholder of One Telecommunications in Albania, the second largest mobile operator in the country, and as someone who has dealt with investments in financial services for the better part of the past 25 years, I am reasonably well positioned to have an opinion on both the current situation and stage of development of mobile networks and telecommunications in the country, but also to have some sort of idea on where things are going from this point on, both on 5G and on the potential applications of 5G in the country. During the past 3 years, the telecommunication industry in Albania has made significant investments in 4G and 4G plus technologies that have secured a very good quality and coverage for our customers. The result of this has been that the trend towards data traffic increase has accelerated to the point that companies such as ours have seen doubling of the data traffic year on year, especially on the consumer side. Business still has to catch up with that, I must admit, and I'll come back to the topic of business and business applications, technology applications in business. But even so, and under the guidance and certain actions that the government has taken, have contributed towards increase of data traffic and data usage, also on the business side. I am, as Mr. Lushev, I share Mr. Lushev's optimism about the possibilities and the opportunities that 5G brings to the industry and to our countries, especially for us as small countries. I am convinced that we need to adopt a build it and they will come approach when it comes to vital infrastructure, especially on the digital side. It is hard as it is to attract foreign investors and investors in general. Therefore, the quality of our infrastructure is, I believe, one of those factors that will definitely make the difference between investors that will want to come in and those that will decide to come in and invest in our countries. But for that to happen, there are several steps that both governments and businesses need to take. As it is, and as rightly was mentioned by other speakers before, artificial intelligence and IoT applications is not something new. In areas such as financial services, logistics, and so on, they have been almost a rule of the game for the better part of 30 years. However, in smaller countries like ours, it has been difficult to find proper use cases, especially for business, for such applications. We're very happy that the leaders in the industry, such as Vodafone, have taken the lead also in introducing such applications in the country, especially when it comes to farming. The government has done also quite a bit with e-government applications, and we see quite a bit of potential on financial services, on logistics and telematics solutions, on education and on healthcare. But for that to happen, I believe that the governments need to take a leading role in creating the right conditions for the industry to invest and to see long-term and to plan for the long-term application and benefits of both 5G and the IoT applications that come with it. It is clear, I believe, that most of the applications will be on the government side and on the business side. However, taking into account the current stage of the development and of sophistication of our businesses, which are by and large small, we need to think in the space of the next 5, 6, 7 to 10 years for our businesses to start applying and implementing such applications properly. In the meantime, the business, our industry, will have to make sure that the basics and it makes economic sense. For that, we need the government to take the leading role, both in terms of long-term plans and in terms of regulatory support. As far as I'm concerned, the telecom industry should be, and from what I can see, is prepared to step up and invest to respond to such government signals and the government's creating the right conditions for such investments. I believe that this is the only way for a speedy adoption of 5G in our countries and for a slower eventual benefits from such application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elvin. Okay, now we learned in our first round your motivations, passion to be actually in this very important topic. We also learned how much you are engaged and what you are doing in your particular positions and jobs, bringing 5G and then ensuring that this 5G is efficient, what definitely artificial intelligence is making the job. Let us now go to the second part of our panel, where we will have different questions depending on a position and job our panelists are engaged. I would like to start with Julian Yu and actually ask you, what is the current status of implementation of 5G in Western Balkan economies, and what are the main challenges? As we know that 5G is a base for the next steps of the digitalization of the economies, therefore it's very important. Please share with us.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Neves. I will just pull up a few slides, if you will allow me.
Sure.
Just 1 second. Voila. I hope that you can see the screen.
Yeah, we see if you put it in exactly. So
Voila, perfect. So in order to respond to your question, I will now present a set of slides to give you a grasp of the work that ITU Office for Europe, which covers 46 countries in Europe, has been doing over the past year. Just this week, we are releasing a new report that has the objective of bridging the knowledge gap about implementation of 5G at the regional level by focusing on 18 non-EU countries, including 5 Western Balkan economies. And thereby this, with the objective of complementing the work which many observers are doing in the EU. So I would like to start by reiterating the importance of the current market developments and trends in the discussion around 5G. As you can see from the graph on the left, looking at the mobile market, the report finds that it is true that around 5 million new mobile broadband subscriptions have been activated since 2015 across Western Balkan 5 economies, including Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia in this case. But this has not kept pace with the wider regional average. Looking at the graph on the right-hand side, however, should bring a lot of optimism. The fact that now 4G coverage has reached the European average with more than 8.5 million people covered by 4G over the past 5 years only in Western Balkan 5 economies, we really expect an increase in mobile broadband subscriptions, especially as 4G reaches full maturity. There are also other conditions such as affordability in mobile services, which is good compared to global averages and regional averages in the Western Balkan 5 that support this claim. But why is this is talking about 4G so important? Well, because expanding the consumer base by increasing 4G subscriptions and uptake will not only help full 4G maturity, but also invigorate operators, thus creating the conditions for an accelerated development of 5G. So where do we stand on the 5G implementation in Western Balkan 5 economies? So this slide reports a few general milestones in each countries. Overall, it is fair to say that the commitment to accelerate the development of 5G is present and first steps have been taken, but COVID-19 has pushed back plans by around 6 months to up to a year. But this is not the time to give country-specific recommendation. I invite you to read the report in depth, which will be published later today. But I will now just want to outline a few general recommendations which are divisible from the report and other ongoing trends. So first of all, from a technical perspective, as you can see from the left, it is important to notice that the specific bands, among the specific bands identified for 5G, 3.6 gigahertz band is being already allocated for testing across almost the totality of countries. Then we also observe that with regards to the use of the 26 gigahertz band and the 700 megahertz band, these are usually held back because on the one hand, there is a lack of clear commercial value in the 26 gigahertz, and on the other, there is a concrete risk of interference. Speaking of interference, also digital dividend 2 remains a challenge in most countries as this poses a risk to reducing 5G time to market, but also as well as preserving broadcasting services. In all countries, then EMF is of concern, but there are best practices. I can think of the example of Serbia with regards to monitoring and addressing public concerns. Other issues that you can read from the report, which I will then also post in the chat, may include backhaul for 5G, small cell deployment, interoperability, and network virtualization. From a business perspective, then, new CapEx investment, of course, carries risk. Just as 4G, investing in 5G currently poses risks, but also is an obligatory step to remain competitive. The difference with 4G, however, is that 5G implementation requires a much more proactive and systemic approach. And this may include creating new innovation ecosystems locally, also ensuring the supportive role of regulation through regulatory sandboxes and enabling environment for private networks, for example. but also creation of new partnerships, for example, with academia or vertical industries, and investing in skill development in academic institution. But last and not least, also leapfrogging. I think it's very important for Western Balkan economies to capture the developments occurring outside the respective countries to avoid making mistakes, or to really leverage the advances that are being done elsewhere. So to wrap up, I would like to fix just these 3 points in mind. Accelerating 5G development cannot happen without full 4G maturity, both from a technical and business perspective. On more proactive building of soft infrastructure within countries, also with greater involvement of the public sector and greater cooperation between public and private sectors. Finally, we at ITU also believe that there is a strong need to embed these approaches in a coherent national strategy, which leverages input from all stakeholders involved. And this must have clear objectives and KPIs and implementation roadmap, which can make this accountable to the stakeholders in the country. So just to conclude, ITU stands ready to work and continue working with the countries and eventually support them with regards to 5G implementation. So back to you, Ms. Nives.
Thank you a lot. Let us somehow continue and ask Mr. Lyushev what is his view and how he can comment your statements. Julian, it is good to hear that Western Balkan economies are willing to have faster deployment of 5G and preparation for 5G. But what is your view, Mr. Lyushev, how you see this?
Well, we at Makedonski Telekom are very explicitly and publicly demonstrating our commitment to 5G in the last 3 years. Back in September 2018, we have organized the first public demonstration of 5G in our headquarter premises. And we demonstrated to the public, to the journalists, speeds over 3 gigabit per second, for instance. 1 year later, we launched 5G pilot project, a project that we call Customer Experience Network, with 5 base stations deployed in real network environment in the city of Skopje. And we measured downtown speeds in the center of the city with 1 gigabit per second, for instance. The pilot lasted for 1 year, and at the end of the last year, 2020, we have decided to proceed in modernization of the entire radio access network by introducing 5G capabilities in it. The contract with Ericsson was signed at the beginning of 21, and we are now in the middle of running a network swap. Based on the plan, we expect that by year end 23, we will be in a position to cover all major cities in Macedonia with 5G. Still, however, on the other side, our plan for commercial launch is on hold, that nothing can be done without 5G spectrum. And there are reasons for that. Not only that the one-time fee expectations are high, we are also having in Macedonia one of the highest annual fees for radio frequencies. For instance, over 2% of our mobile service revenues are ending up as fees payable to the regulator, while the EU benchmark that we have is much lower and in the vicinity of 1.2%. So all in all, we are very keen and very motivated to proceed in direction of 5G rollout and launching commercially 5G, but depends, of course, on the availability of spectrum that we expect is going to be resolved by the end of this year or latest beginning of next one. When speaking about artificial intelligence, our primary focus is in 3 areas. The first area is improvement in the customer experience by introducing chatbots that are more effective and efficient. Of course, we do understand and do not expect that those chatbots are going to fully replace human service agents in addressing complex concerns. However, we believe that artificial intelligence systems will increasingly be able to relieve human agents from standard tasks, and thus give human agents more time for the tasks that they can do only. The other area of interest is network operation tools that are AI-driven to manage networks with zero touch, utilizing self-healing capabilities powered by AI. The idea is basically that operators can monitor and analyze the customer experience, predict complaints, and proactively optimize services and capabilities to keep customers happy and reduce churn. And the last area of interest in AI segment is data-driven analytical tools for internal company use, for instance, for forecasting, planning, brand capacity predictions, and so on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilyushev. Good to hear. I mean, that 5G, they are more than basis. I mean, it was established to start with 5G, then also all these use case sharing. Thank you very much for this. Elvin, let's continue with you. In case you would have 5G up and running, and in case you would have, of course, your innovative ideas, how you would approach use cases in 5G using artificial intelligence, from experience you have or for ideas for future you have?
I'm rather privileged coming after and speaking after Mr. McNeil and Mr. Ilyushev, because they covered quite eloquently both the concerns and the challenges that the industry faces in adopting 5G and in then implementing applications of 5G. As it is, we're looking at financial services in several aspects, conversational AI, a higher level of chatbots, for instance, data analytics, and generally seeking to anticipate their conversion from to digital native. We think that there is quite a bit of potential there, especially in the opportunity to leapfrog the established and the incumbents industries, and we're looking to support them. Clearly, making sure that our network and we as a company are among the primary adopters of 5G tools and applications will be focused as well. And I'd rather not go into that because Mr. Ilyushev explained it much better than I could ever do. Of special interest to me, though, continues to be also healthcare applications, where we see potential for telemedicine, especially covering those areas, the rural areas that have historically, during the past 30 years, been underserviced. If we can contribute to enhancing the quality of service and healthcare that is being provided to the rural areas, then perhaps we can contribute also to the slowing down the depopulation of such areas, thus contributing to the wider economy. These are areas where I think we as an industry could contribute quite a bit.
Thank you very much, Elvin. I'm somehow happy to hear depopulation, because this is a problem of all our countries. Therefore, very important aspect to take care about. And as Julian already said, and you mentioned as well, I mean, to go in a new use cases with 4G advanced or a 5G, definitely network 4G should be sustainable, that they can provide basis to the of the services. Fully agreed. Fiola, you mentioned during your presentation, your slides, that there is a program and plan for a 2030 where Kosovo is looking for to actually have activities in development until then of ICT society. Please, can you share shortly with us your view and your plans?
Yes, sure. I shared before the actual activities that we have completed until now. in terms of connecting the white areas, but the actual involvement also on our plans and what we're doing with 5G, we are also supporting mobile network operators in connecting their towers, their mobile towers with fiber optics, and in that way to create this 5G ready environment at those sites. So far, the project is going very well, and we are continuing with these activities on actually supporting our MNOs to start with commercial 5G as soon as it is possible. But at the same time, we are looking into possibilities on also supporting our sector, the ICT sector, with introducing new activities that could close these connectivity gaps. And after closing these connectivity gaps, we will have, let's say, quality broadband infrastructure in the country. Another important intervention of the government that they are working on now is to actually pilot 5G in one of these in Kosovo. The plan is to pilot 5G in Prizren, in this Kosovo German Innovation and Training Park. It is an ITP park with an area of around 39 hectares. Plan is to use this park to test 5G campus network that will also enable operators to advance as soon as possible in providing new services and technologies such as those enabled by the 5G network. This campus network will also be a very great opportunity for academia and businesses as well to use this as a 5G testing as well as training environment for our youngsters. This is for the, let's say, for the 5G pilot. But if I go back to the AI and also through our project, we are looking into possibilities, as also Alvin mentioned before, on the depopulation. We have connected the villages. We have connected the white areas. But the challenge that we face is on how to better use this broadband infrastructure, how to better introduce these services that are provided through broadband, that will be provided also, that the AI also can turn in, for example, for healthcare, but for education as well. We have also other plans, if I can talk now or maybe afterwards, about the strategy.
Yes, continue, but very short, yes, because we still have some questions. Yes, continue, Viola.
Yeah. Okay. So, So I will continue also about, let's say, what we are doing in order to utilize as much as possible the new digital technologies in the best possible way. So on that sense, to also be in line with our goals in the future, the ministry, the government, with all the other stakeholders as well, is working on drafting the new Kosovo Digital Agenda 2030, which will have strategic objectives on 5G as well. One of the main objectives will be on digital infrastructure with relevant activities on ensuring efficient allocation of radio spectrum for 5G, promoting 5G network slicing, among others, as well as to stimulate the gigabit connectivity. At present, as you all also may know, Kosovo still did not start with 5G deployment, with commercial 5G deployment yet, even though for the 5G pioneer bands in 3.6 gigahertz and 26 gigahertz, they are already spare. But we face the similar issues also with other countries on the 700 megahertz that we expect to be released soon. And after that, the Kosovo regulator will proceed with other procedures for 5G frequency licenses. And on the other hand, taking into account that artificial intelligence is one of the technologies with the greatest potential for transformation in all areas of productive activity, we strongly believe that AI can boost labor productivity and also shorten the timeline to growth for the years to come. to come. On that sense, among other things, Digital Agenda 2030 will include specific activities on AI as well that will create the right environment for the promotion and uptake of innovative technologies, such as AI, Internet of Things, and stimulate ICT companies to utilize those on their daily jobs and their daily tasks that they have. And in that sense, artificial intelligence to be as a key driver for industrial revolution. Another very important aspect to consider on for the AI is on the digital skills. We know that in order to actually use AI, but also to develop new services, we need a skilled population. So another aspect that we are considering on that sense is also to promote, let's say, skills interventions in ICT, in AI skills, not only in ICT, but also relevant to other sectors as well. A digital agenda, as it is being drafted now, will be in line with the main new digital policies, such as gigabit connectivity, but also with the newly adopted EU digital decade. But we will also take into account of national context, because of course we cannot just copy paste everything, but we have to see what actually works for Kosovo and what actually would benefit us more. So yeah, just to wrap up, please.
Yeah, please wrap up. We need to continue.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, just to wrap up. So yeah, we expect to have this digital new agenda adopted in this year, because the action plan will also be for the years to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiola, for very nice and detailed explanation. It is good to hear that 2030 will come fast. Therefore, it is good to hear to have a good plan with the activities defined, because this is a key point that things are materializing later and happening. Let us also go a little bit to Ms. Meliha. Ms. Meliha, it is probably not fair and mature to talk about complete coverage with 5G, but nevertheless, as Fiola also mentioned, there are plans. What are actually activities and plans for the future for Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Yes, just please let me to say a few words about the role of the regulator. So Communications Regulatory Agency, alongside Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a policy maker and industry itself, have significant role to play in enabling the development and rollout of 5G and unlocking its benefits. Introduction of 5G networks requires important regulatory decisions to be brought. Regulatory measures need to provide strong incentive for investment, fostering market competition and pursuing consumer protection at the same time, what is not always the easy task to do. So the regulator needs to ensure efficient management of spectrum as a scarce resource. There need to be held open and transparent spectrum consultation processes to ensure investment-friendly, fair and non-discriminatory spectrum awards. To ensure the availability of services, proper coverage obligations need to be imposed, targeting specific needs of the country. So further, to support network development, there need to be considered measures on active or passive sharing of network and infrastructure that is sometimes conflicting with competition requirements. Furthermore, regulators have competencies for assessing and ensuring compliance with electromagnetic field safety limits, and to undertake public awareness to inform citizens on health-related issues about 5G. And as the number of services grows, consumers must have access to clear information on services, on coverage capabilities, service quality, and mobile speed, so that they can make a choice and choose whether to upgrade or not. So and finally, the agency may have a significant role as a facilitator, working across different sectors, encouraging them to work together to broaden understanding of potential applications of 5G and facilitate their implementations. So a lot of responsibilities rest in the hand of the regulator. That presents real challenge at the time of introduction of a whole new 5G ecosystem. Regarding market in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 3 licensed mobile operators having their own fixed networks and providing voice, internet, IPT services. We have 3 incumbents actually. Since the award of 4G license in 2019, operators achieved significant development of 4G plus networks covering around 70% of territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. By the end of 2020, penetration rate of mobile broadband connections reached 45%. So value of the mobile market in Bosnia and Herzegovina is around 24 million euros, or 33% of total telecom market. So just about 10 days ago, on 1st October this year, our Ministry of Transport and Communications opened public consultation on broadband development strategy and bid. Strategy envisages measures on facilitating uptake of high-speed networks and services, including 5G. According to proposed strategy, 5G licenses are to be awarded in 2024. So prior to award of 5G licenses, CRA, our agency, needs to adopt spectrum policy and ensure availability of frequency resources. So far, 700 MHz range is occupied by broadcasting service. Also, there are still radio links in ranges 3.5 gigahertz and 26 gigahertz. So due to late award of 4G license that happened in 2019, operators have not expressed yet their interest for earlier 5G commercial deployment and award of additional 5G spectrum. However, being aware of all new potential, operators have already announced that they are preparing for the introduction of 5G. In 2022, operators conducting 5G trials. Operators tested 5G technology in its own telecommunications environment. The measured speeds were around 1.5 gigabit per second. So at the same time, significant investments in optical infrastructure are done. So that certainly enable smoother deployment of 5G networks. What might we expect once we award 5G licenses? Certainly, initially, 5G is expected to improve speed and capacity. However, we expect significant application for fixed wireless access to achieve universal connectivity to all. We do have remote rural areas, we have mountainous areas, touristic sites that would be interesting to cover. But hopefully we shall witness opening prospects for artificial intelligence applications in various fields, including agriculture, energy, and smart living. So,
yes, Ms. Meliha, thank you very much. Let us continue. Just wanted to tell you, it is very important how regulator is acting, because from experience, I personally have, regulators can really boost and support development and transformation of technologies, sometimes can also make a break. Therefore, from my point of view, it's very important somehow to go in the right direction and to proactively take some measures, a positive one, to boost the next activities of all stakeholders in ecosystem.
Yeah, I would just mention, we already have some innovative approaches at the market. One of our mobile operators published open call for startup companies, and they dedicated 7.5 million euros for that purpose. And that demonstrates the awareness of traditional operators that they need innovations on their path to become more than digital company. And further speaking about fueling the development of artificial intelligence applications, we might say that there is perception in academic circles in Bosnia and Herzegovina that artificial intelligence has a strategic importance, but concrete actions and strategies on behalf of government still need to be defined. So that we need to impose some, let's say, public-private investment schemes, simply to bring artificial intelligence close to small businesses and potential users. So we have already good practice in region where some institutes for artificial intelligence have been established, or some mass courses on basics on IU have been done. So with the purpose to give insight into the world of IE for broad audience, students, non-technological companies, we simply need to prepare society for technological changes.
True. And this change will not happen without developed ecosystems and all players in innovation is one of the key points. Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. Let us continue, and we need to a little bit speed up. Therefore, I would like to ask my next colleagues that shorten a little bit their answers. Mr. Yushev, I mean, there are many discussions always about use cases. What is your expectation of economics and trade impact of 5G in Western Balkan economies? And also, what is your view on use cases which could be of interest in Western Balkan countries with 5G?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think that it's important, first of all, to set the scene of what we have at this very moment and where we are heading. I was very positive and bullish on 5G, but I have to admit that from the plenty of use cases that I have seen so far in the Western Balkan countries, I haven't noticed the one that it's necessarily requiring 5G. For instance, connected cars operate today with over 4G networks. Even in the Internet of Things domain, Makedonski Telecom, for instance, just finalized the implementation of the smart city project in Skopje with 10,000 smart lights, and we are providing seamless and scalable connectivity for smart lighting over 4G narrowband IoT protocol. So just to set things right, 5G is not going to be a massive revenue block in our profit and loss statement in the next 3 to 5 years. It will for sure create an appetite. It will create an appeal among customers to upsell. But how this monetization is going to work, it's yet to be seen. Yet we are carefully observing some interesting areas that could become big and relevant for 5G. For instance, things like virtual reality mobile gaming, like immersive experience use cases based on virtual reality or augmented reality. Then we are speaking about 5G fixed wireless access. That could be a solution for broadband in rural areas. Industry 4.0 solutions like connected machines, robots, large-scale automation. Last but not least, in area that looks super cool, super attractive is the assisted driving functionalities or even autonomous driving capabilities. Some of these use cases would require reliable and low latency 5G car-to-car communication. And I fully agree that it sounds far-fetched for Western Balkans at the moment, but imagine that 25 years ago, there was no 2G available network in Western Balkan. The first commercial 2G network was launched in Finland back in 1991, exactly 30 years ago. So with the exponential pace of technology development, we could expect all these things in some form in less than 10 years from now. I would like to stress that governments need to take active role in shaping the new reality. The experience with the past 3 mobile technology circles, 2G, 3G, and 4G, in the past 25 years in Macedonia showed that policymakers were setting the ambition, coverage, targets, quality KPIs, and so on, and private companies were the ones delivering. Government needs to recognize that if 5G is the magical ingredient that has such a transformative power for the society, they have to start acting proactively and support the operators who are building the new digital highways for the future. Very good example is Greece, where government is trying to establish an ecosystem around 5G of innovations, focusing on novel use cases, supporting infrastructure rollout, incentivizing demand for broadband connectivity, and so on.
Mr. Yushev, thank you very much for very key messages. From my point of view, 5G will give those KPIs, those capacities, those possibilities that should be used. Therefore, use cases will definitely exist. But very important, what you also underline is, this is transformation of society. And transformation of society cannot be led only by enterprises or the private sector, definitely. Let us continue. Julian, listening our colleagues coming from Western Balkan countries and underlining that artificial intelligence is must for 5G. What are your comments or your opinion? How to ensure, what should be done to ensure artificial intelligence to be developed on the level to be used and to be of benefit?
Thank you very much, Ms. Neves. I will try to be very, very short. I think, as I mentioned before, for the discussion around 5G, a strategic approach is also key here. Recently, I can point out to the fact that ITU has launched a report on emerging technology trends, artificial intelligence and big data for development, which really puts the strategy at center stage. And at least on 3 pillars. The first is the focus on data. AI is all about data. The second one is a human-centric approach, also in line with the EU provisions and the EU approach. And then the third is a whole of government approach to an AI strategy, which really focuses on data security, protection, privacy, open data, and data skills. Also, I would like to, so this is just responding to your question, what I wanted to emphasize. I just want to also point out to a few resources that I will post, that I will paste in the chat about the work of the ITUT that is doing a lot on standardization. For example, they have a focus group on machine learning for 5G, a focus group on AI for health, another one for autonomous and assisted driving, and many others. So I will close here and hand over to you, and we'll paste some resources in the chat.
Okay, thank you, Julian, a lot. Okay, we are approaching end of our panel. We would be able to speak a lot because with such a credible panelist, we really can learn a lot. Last question I would somehow dedicate to Elvin. Elvin, you being entrepreneur, innovator, what you would expect actually for needed and supportive actions that this new technology transformation can be successfully done?
I think the previous speakers said it very clearly. The governments need to be a lot more proactive. They need to ensure that the business has sufficient incentives to look at the next 5G investment cycle, not as a 4 or 5 year, but as a 10-year investment cycle. Therefore, they need to show flexibility, as the case of Greece that Mr. Lushev mentioned, in terms of pricing the frequencies and in terms of providing flexibility on the coverage to be provided, and on encouraging generally, not just the industry, but also business widely, to start looking at the possibilities for the adoption of this. The industry, as it has shown throughout the region, is prepared to invest proactively. But we need to be able to make sure that our cost-benefit analysis can work in practice. Otherwise, as things stand, the current adoption, rate of adoption and digitalization of our business is rather low to justify 5G adoption on its own.
Clear. Thank you very much, Elvin. Let me also somehow put one slide produced by myself just as a conclusion of our panel, because we would like all of us here, we would like that our messages are spread and that based on these messages, actually things in the future will be materialized as well. Okay, we'll share as well. Do I share? Yes. Okay. Okay. Key messages, what we would like, we being today on this panel, we would like to transport is definitely that technology cannot make transformation by itself, that ecosystem needs to be developed. Ecosystem cannot be developed by itself, definitely support of all stakeholders needed. Also what Julian underlined is 5G is different than 4G. And without proactive approach, we will need to have a decades when 5G can be really used and can bring the benefits as the technology can bring. Government support of a new technologies introduction and adoption in all aspects is needed. I mean, when I say in all aspects, I mean deployment of technologies by having a university support, by having a technology parks establishment. Then we need also to have resources who will deal with this. This is important as well, and this can be also done by support from government to push the education of people in the right direction. Definitely different supportive measures to boost technology, like startups support, SME support, support to associations who are deeply engaged and pushing deployment and boost those new technologies transformation. Then with the right approach, what just Elvin said, there are many local opportunities which will make Western Balkan economies attractive to investors. Investors will not come by themselves. They will come when they can make a profit, and when they can make profit when environment and connectivity, in our case, is established on the right level. And also at the end was Mr. Lushev underlined very clearly, and Alvin underlined very clearly, active role of public sector is needed. This is transformation of society, as mentioned already. Transformation of society cannot be done only with one leg or one stakeholder. All hands and legs of this being body should be in use, and only then can be done in a reasonable time. Nothing can be done over the night, but in a reasonable time and with the benefits for all stakeholders. With this, I would like to thank you very much to all our presenters. I would like to thank you very much to all participants of Western Balkan Summit who were listening and hopefully enjoying our discussion, learning out of this as well, and recognizing what are the next steps exactly in this direction to make 5G and artificial intelligence of use for us. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Nives. It was an amazing panel, a very important discussion. Now it's time for coffee break, and don't forget during the coffee break to check out the possibilities on our platform, such as the virtual booths, such as the possibilities to socialize, and also our lightning talks and inspiring cases. See you soon.
Thank you.
We are back for the session 7. And now we will discuss another very important topic. We meet online, we sign contracts online, we even fall in love online, make bank transactions.
Speaking, we cannot hear him.
And all this happens without being absolutely every time sure about who's on the other side, who is ordering that transaction, who are we signing exactly the contract with, and who do we fall in love with. That's also sometimes an interesting question. Okay, so in order to understand this, we have this wonderful panel entitled Tracing App, eID and Certificate Procedures, Accelerating Mobility in the Digital Age. We are increasingly heading towards a world where these digital signatures and digital identification will be more important than your physical ID. And as usual, the gentleman who will introduce this topic is Raoul Herborg. Raoul Herborg. He is our keynote speaker, and in his speech we will hear about the cooperation between governments and industry in the area of cybersecurity. He works at the Giesecke de Vrien company, a global security technology company based in Munich, but with 11,500 employees spanning across 33 countries. It's founded back in 1852, and their customers include central and commercial banks, mobile network operators, automotive industries, health insurance companies, governments, and public authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, Project Lead Central Bank Digital Currencies, Mr. Raoul Herborg.
Welcome. I'm Raoul Herborg, Business Lead for Digital Currencies at Giesecke de Vrien. Digital transformation is going to change our work, it's going to change our life, and it changes the way we interact. Payments are a symbol for human interaction. For centuries, they have been done by cash as a source of trust and security. Whereas cash is still on the rise, the digital age asks for solutions that go the extra mile. How can this cash be complemented by a digital form guaranteed by the central bank as an anchor of trust? For 5 years, Giesecke de Vrien has been developing central bank digital currency, CBDC, as a digital form of payment. Unlike so-called cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, CBDC is the only secure means of payment that is a real currency. It serves as a means of exchange, as a store of value, as well as a unit of account, just like cash, but digital. Today, 86% of all central banks are evaluating ways how to go digital with CBDC. Since our foundation back in 1852, Giesecke de Vrien has been supporting central banks to issue currencies. Today, we are doing very much the same in the digital age. CBDC is not just another tech topic. It will help merchants to lower their costs at the point of sales terminal. It will support the industry to get into the industrial automation revolution. But first and foremost, it will provide substantial benefit to the citizens. As with cash, citizens can now do payments in the digital age with all sorts of instruments without needing expensive smartphones, without having to stick to private payment schemes. They can do payments without compromising their privacy, and they will have real central bank money for all their payment scenarios, just like cash, but digital. We have been accompanying a number of central banks in their endeavors to introduce CBDC, be it in Asia, in Europe, or on the African continent. We do see a potential for giving a productivity boost of up to 0.5% GDP by introducing a CBDC. And we do see a unique opportunity to maintain strategic autonomy in Europe. I'm very glad to see that on this panel, a number of central banks will discuss how to digitize the economy and how to secure their pivotal role. We at Giesecke and Devrient are excited to pursue this discussion and are ready to make CBDC a success among the Western Balkans economies. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks so much, Raul. Important insights. And now, business community of the Western Balkans, please get ready for the moderator of our panel entitled Tracing App, EID and Certificate Procedures, Accelerating Mobility in the Digital Age. She comes from the German Eastern Business Association. The association supports German companies in their market entry in Southeast Europe, reduce trade barriers, all in close collaboration with the German federal government. It's a competence center, a door opener, and a representative of interest of German industry in this region. So we are very glad to have here as a moderator of our next panel, the Regional Director, Southeast Europe at Germany Eastern Business Association, Ms. Anja Quiring.
Yeah, thanks a lot for introducing me, and please allow me to introduce my panelists here for these next 70 minutes. We have to discuss these urgent and important question of e-identity and tracing apps. So first, please welcome with me Julia Freser, Vice President Identity Solutions from MasterCard Europe. Please also welcome with me Nikola Nikolov, State Advisor for Information Systems and Technologies of the Ministry of Information Society and Administration in Skopje. Raul Kadiro, CEO of Rollwater from Estonia. Welcome. Also, please welcome with me Rifat Husseini from the Ministry of Finance from Pristina and in charge for the topic of tracing apps, of course, certification procedures and so on. So we will hear later on about your specific topics. And also, please welcome with me, last but definitely not the least, Hania Skander from MH Health Initiative from the ITU. And we have a lot of colleagues here already on several podiums and panels. So a very important institution as well. A warm welcome to you too. And so without any ado, I would like to step into the topics we have. Thanks to our keynote speaker who addresses especially the important topic of the currencies, the virtual ones, and there were some specific keywords already mentioned about trust, security, and these topics we will have here in the discussion later on too, especially, of course, if we talk about e-identity and the several solutions of tracing apps and other apps and technical solutions for different services. I would like to give first the floor to Nikola Nikolov from Skopje. And I would like to ask him to introduce a bit about the preconditions for establishing e-identity solutions and the state of affair in Skopje, please.
Thank you, Anna. I'm excited to be today with you. Speaking about EID, I have to remind and repeat again one of many interested points from the opening ceremony yesterday from the keynote guests CMC kit. As he pointed, digital government is government that delivers results. I will add, we cannot speak about digital government without eID. Electronic identity is crucial for digital services. And you cannot speak about digital identity if you don't have digital register with personal data, trusted, updated, and secure. And this is where the project that I'm responsible for during the last few years comes in. In my country, in Macedonia, that's National Population Register. It contains unified, verified, and standardized data for the citizens. This is very important system that contains all common personal data that are using in private and government processes during the application or execution of a given service. Through the interoperability platform connected with old legacy system in a different institution, this system automatically updates all records where changes in personal data appear from different life events. No human action, 100% automated process, and all data updated is the baseline for digital services and readiness for trusted electronic identity. Using the interoperability platform, we have a secure environment to interchange data. All government institutions and private companies that have legal base to access personal data are eligible to access this National Population Register. On the other side, good domestic regulation that is fully compliant with the eID and GDPR is also important to make digitalization legal and recognized in the same way schema, and in our trust list we have one private eID schema for digital identification. Also, we have a few local companies that are listed as trust service providers in my country. The goal of the government is to digitalize all communication and create all services digitally. There is no better way to fight against crime and money laundering or any other criminal activities as set up a digital government in all processes. Only good IT systems installed and set up in a secure environment where all human activities are logged in and all activities have clear audit log can help us to build better services and with that a better place to live in. Anya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you very much, and especially also for keeping the time, because what our audience does not know, but we have a strict regulation on time, just to make sure that everybody is able to give the impulses he would like to do, and especially for you as the audience to give also questions to our panelists, which we can include later on into the discussion. But first, let me give the floor to Julia, who is Vice President Identity Solutions Europe at MasterCard, as already mentioned. And in this position, she's driving the adoption and evolution of card-based authentication solutions and strategic development in this digital identity solutions. This is part of the biography you can also find on the website, just if you would like to read more about Julia, but I think this is very important. And so we are really happy to have you here with us. And I would like to ask you just to introduce a bit on what is MasterCard doing in this field, and especially also the connects to North Macedonia. So the floor is yours, next 4 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much, Anya. I'm very happy to be here. And as Anya just mentioned, I'm representing the company MasterCard. And some of you may wonder, why is a credit card company on such a panel? What am I doing here right now? And the answer is actually very simple. First of all, despite the fact that most people believe that MasterCard isn't a credit card company, we are a company, a technology company, who happen to operate one of the largest payment networks globally. But really, the core of what we're doing is we're operating and running this globally interoperable network. That is mostly being used for payments at the moment. But if you think about it, in order to facilitate payments across the globe, to ensure the identity of the two people who are doing business with one another is actually a very key aspect. And that is why we as a company have been looking into this topic for a number of years now, partially obviously because of the fact that we're more and more transforming into a digital economy, meaning that we're interacting only through digital channels and no longer through physical ones, like on this panel today. So how can you make sure that when you do business with someone you don't actually know, how can you trust that person to be who they claim to be? And how can we build an infrastructure that is actually accessible to everyone and doesn't exclude anyone from our society? The need to prove your identity in digital channels has been building for years. But I think we all agree that during the past year, during the COVID pandemic, this need has further accelerated dramatically. In fact, the 2020 Global Identity and Fraud Report provided by Experian found out that 84% of businesses believe that having a better way of identifying customers will help them spot fraud more easily. Today, however, digital identity interactions are mostly defined by friction, risk, and lack of control. Organizations are mostly overwhelmed with the high cost of ID verification processes, new regulations coming their way, and the main challenge to combat fraud. To address this, we have created our ID network, which is a multi-party digital identity network that provides individuals with the ability to create, manage, and use a digital instance of their identity across a range of different use cases. If you look at Europe or the European Union in a bit more detail, the new eIDAS regulation comes to mind immediately, which is expected to drive harmonization across the European Union and is expected to be implemented somewhere between 2024 and 2026. That is going to be a very important piece that will help us, to drive identity on a bigger scale across multiple markets in the coming years. But in a globalized economy such as the one we all live in today, we actually need global interoperability. We need an ID scheme not only to work within the European Union, but to work across continental Europe and even outside of Europe. And that is where MasterCard can help. We have the experience and have the proven track record of having built already a global interoperable network. And we want to be, a partner in that space to continue doing that in the identity space. But now let's go a little bit more close to the Balkans and have a look at what we are actually doing right now here in North Macedonia. In cooperation with our technology partner Evrotrust and in cooperation with the Republic of North Macedonia, we have together built the first electronic identity scheme, which actually is going live today, if you will, with the first use case. And I'm very happy that I get to be the one to talk about this here on this panel. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank especially Nicola as a representative of North Macedonia, who has been working with us for the past 2 years on building this. Without that support, this wouldn't have been possible. And I also want to put a bit of an emphasis on the fact that this is a very good example of the public sector and the private sector coming together, bringing in both expertise and partnering in building a good solution for the people, in this case, of North Macedonia. With this ID service, the population of North Macedonia is now capable to download an ID app, verify. This is actually being checked through the national registry that Nicola was just referring to in the previous comment. And once set up, people are now able to actually do identification, to do signatures and e-delivery, all through their mobile phone with the same legal effect as it would have if you would have a vet signature, and that just in a few instances. So I'm very proud of this solution because I do believe it does, on the one hand, have all the necessary security requirements to make this a good and strong and secure solution, but at the same time, it delivers on the very important need for it to be convenient and easy to use for people. And in fact, today, and that is what I was just referring to, we're launching the first use case with the NLB Bank Skopje, which is going to be the first ID service operated by our technology partner, Evertrust, where now documents can easily be signed through this digital identity solution. So you no longer need any tokens, cards, or USB sticks in order to do that. Lastly, I want to say that this is our first identity service going live in Europe, the one in North Macedonia. We're extremely proud of this partnership with the government, with Evertrust, and we're very much looking forward to hopefully doing a lot more in this space in the coming futures, even with other countries. Thank you, Anja.
Thank you very much, Julia, for this introduction, and that makes it a perfect bridge actually to Raúl Cardero, from my perspective at least, who is already taking care for the Estonian EID for the past 15 years. So he's an expert on how to implement, I would say, at least from my understanding, those solutions, and who could give us hopefully some insights, maybe also about how we can get the people and population on board to use finally those services, because and this is congratulations to MasterCard and North Macedonia actually for implementing and starting this process now. But maybe we need some arguments also for the people to join and to use those solutions, and that would be, maybe you can also pick up some of those questions, Raúl, while giving us an impulse from your perspective on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for having me here. Well, the Estonian experience is rather unique in the world as far as we know. But of course, as Estonian, we definitely would like to talk about Estonia. But at this point, I think our main focus should be still on the Western Balkans as a whole. Funny thing is that I've been working for Western Balkans for quite some time now. I've studied all of the economies involved, and I've come up with an idea how to actually put it in work. I definitely greet the MasterCard's initiative to create these kind of digital identities for every resident, at least in, as far as I understand this, North Macedonia is the first to go for it. But on the other hand, what I had in mind is to, in a way, create a sample implementation of digital identity and interoperability to the rest of the Europe. As we've noticed, all of the Europe actually has embraced eIDAS regulation since already quite some many years now. But the funny thing is that they don't really work, to be honest. There are some few use cases, there are some few examples where it really is operational. Let's say, for example, Estonia and Latvia is able to exchange digital signatures in between them. There is interconnectivity between Finland and Estonia where they share data rather handsomely by now. To be honest, if you are if you're an Estonian working in Finland, the tax information is received by the Estonian tax administration, etc. And therefore, it's in a way there are some few examples, but I would really love to kind of make out or create this kind of example to the rest of the Europe. And the key elements would be definitely that the EIDs and trust services are mutually recognized, and there are public and also private services which are accessible cross-border. So basically, if I would be a resident of North Macedonia, I will be able to access the tax authority in Macedonia in order to fill in maybe a customs declaration or report my taxes to it. So all these kind of different use cases, and that's exactly what I'm at the moment working for. And one of those things that I would like to really highlight here is in a way, yes, digital identity is the key or the first underlying brick of digitalization. The electronic identity is definitely on top of that, but come to think about the trust in it. And when you think about how to actually build the trust from the population, first one is definitely education. People have to understand why to trust and what's behind it. What happens if I start using it? And then what are the consequences? Who will pay for the damages if something goes wrong? What happens if I sign a document which has the obligation of, let's say it's a loan contract, I have to make the payments. How can I be sure that somebody else cannot do it for me? And when it comes down to driving this user experience, I believe they have to focus, of course, on the private sector as well. On the Estonian example, we are using the EIDs only a couple of times per year in order to talk to the government. At the same time, we are authenticated to the banks several times per day just to check if our salary has been deposited. Simple as that. So the private sector and the banks, therefore, drive the whole user experience. And that we have to keep in mind. But on the other hand, the government itself has to act as an enabler. If the government starts enabling these services, then it actually becomes possible. And there are definitely some killer applications that have to be in place. In terms of Estonia, there was two first. First was the tax return. You get back the excessive amount of income tax that you paid, which was really, really popular. And the second one was electronic voting, or actually internet voting. Electronic voting is different in the United States. That's not what we do. So these elements are all very, very important to be in place in order to build the trust needed. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this also timely and in terms of the time you took for your intervention and also interesting points, especially first, not interesting, but actually that was a discussion of the panel before as well. The government is needed, the politics are needed to enable specific processes, but the important point I would take also as a key message from that panel, if you agree, government as an enabler. And interesting to hear that actually kind of a benefit for using those services could be tax returns and specific other things the citizen can get once he's using those services, but in the meantime, of course, it needs trust. So talking about tax returns brings me to Rifat Husseini from Pristina, and so I would like to ask you to give us your impulse about the ambitions and the processes already implemented in Pristina for supporting the public financial management as well as citizens just using specific services in the public administrations. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Hi to everyone, to the dear panelists, and also to all of those who are watching us in this very interesting panel discussion regarding one interesting topic like electronic identification. So as previous speakers already mentioned, the Western Balkan countries, as other countries, Kosovo, needs a very strong electronic identification and digital signature through which public and private sector can be offered, services be offered via electronic channels in the secure way. So currently in our country, we have a national ID card which has been provided from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, precisely from the Agency of Civil Register, which is a digital card also containing the digital certificates and also capable to sign electronically, digitally documents and even transactions. Currently, we have no universal ID solution which people can use. So at the time being, service provider has been pushed to develop their own solutions, which not every time are user-friendly or they are a secure approach to provide them. However, currently our government made a quite considerable progress in terms of process of transformation of IDAS legislation, also corresponding to European Union standards. So by that, we can say that currently the government already passed the law for electronic identification and trust services in electronic transactions, which has been passed now from government to the parliament, and it's in a very last stage of approval. So while we have a law approved and some technical infrastructure and operation activities will take place, we can expect that Kosovo as a country will reach an advanced level of cross-border interoperability readiness for electronic identification and trust services. And as my colleague, previous speaker mentioned, Mr. Nicola, the precondition to have a digital identity is a proper, complete and concurrent civil register in a national level. So having that said, we consider that Kosovo is very, very close to comply with the standards and being ready to join the interoperability among the Western Balkans economy. The very good example of why the electronic identity is important, and still we can use it even before reaching the IDAS legislation and EU standards, it was a pandemic when the tax administration where I came from was able to provide electronic services to the citizens and businesses in terms of supporting them during the pandemic by equipping them with the proper electronic documents and also being able to submit, receive, processes, even execute the business subvention according to the government decision and help them during the pandemic. So this, it was a good example and also the good point to address the importance of electronic identity and focus on the implementation of this platform. Currently, we can say that our government has one of the highest priority digital agenda and also electronic transformation. So having that said, we have a political will in order to make electronic services, electronic channels as a primary channel for electronic services, better to say, and also the will to push government agencies to provide electronic services. We believe that we are in the right track, and in a very short time, we'll be able to compete with the standards and also to be able to interoperate with the West Balkans economy. So maybe this is enough for this point, and I give the floor to you, Ms. Anna.
Thank you so much, Rifat, for this intervention and impulse on what is going on in Kosovo. And now I would like to hand over to Hani Eskandar, who is in charge, or he is the Digital Services Senior Coordinator at the Digital Society Division of the Telecommunication Development Bureau, ITU. I mentioned it already, several colleagues of you are actively taking part here at the Digital Summit and took part also at previous summits as well. and really happy to have you here. And I'm keen to hear from you whether you have some examples for multi-stakeholder design and implementation of services with public-private cooperation in this area we are discussing right now. And especially maybe also again we had this word of cross-border cooperation, interoperability. Maybe you can also take a look on that one too. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anya, and thanks for having me in this very important panel. Yeah, indeed, I would like in the next few minutes maybe share some very ambitious initiatives that ITU is involved in now with a number of partners, including GIZ Germany, including the government Estonia. And actually we have Raul, who is here as part of this initiative already, and the Digital Impact Alliance that we are calling GovStack. Actually, this initiative really emerged to address some of the challenges that we have been seeing, and we have been receiving requests from our member states about how to accelerate the digitalization of government services, but doing this in a way that is interoperable, secure, and integrated, etc. And as we all know, the current procurement in the government service is very much built on silos. And so the idea how you break out those silos and really be able to make available a common stack that is available for the whole of government. And by stack, I mean a number of reusable components that are common, interoperable, and reusable and shareable that work as a whole so that they are interoperable among themselves. And some of those components, I mean, the ID, of course, is one of the most important bricks in this component, in this stack. But also, as mentioned by previous colleagues, which is very true, there are other components that needs to be there, like, for example, the whole concept of registry and registration, including civil registry, but including all the other types of registries that are needs to be there, you know, for the government functioning, including information exchange, secure information exchange, a little bit similar like, you know, X-Road in Estonia and others in other countries, security, payments, gateways, etc. So there are a number of components that, or you can call them building blocks, that needs to work together in a way to create this stack. And the beauty of having this stack is that it will cut the cost significantly and the speed, but also enable interoperability. So this initiative is about, it's a collaborative initiative to do kind of a community-driven, multi-stakeholder specification exercise. So what we are trying to do is that we take each of those building blocks, including the digital identity, and we pull a group of experts, organizations, countries from different parts of the world who have been working in this domain to work together in order to come up with what could be an MVP, you know, what could be a minimum viable product, what could be the minimum functionalities and standards, open standards that are applicable for this type of component, including digital ID. And we go till the specification of open APIs. Because if we are really wanting to achieve interoperability, etc., I think I mean, it's very now common to adopt this microservices type of approaches that are accessible through open APIs. So in the ID, for example, what we've been doing is that we are pulling, you know, a number of countries, including Estonia, for example, but also others. Some of the private sector initiatives that have been working on open standards and open APIs for ID, but also some of the you know, developers of open source tools and platforms for ID. Like, for example, there is one common platform that is called Mozip that is very known, and it has been deployed in a number of countries, including some other also agencies like the World Bank, who is very active in the digital ID space. So the whole idea is how we can collaboratively and in this kind of you know, convergence exercise, how can we come up with some sort of open standards, open specification, open APIs that will ensure that this component will be interoperable with all the remaining part of the stack. How can this component can interact with the information exchange, how it can interact with the registries, etc. And that's very important because it can really allow multiple providers, whether from the private sector or open source, to deliver together a national-wide kind of identity solution, because you don't want to have maybe one vendor who is kind of monopolizing the deployment, but you would like to see the possibility of having multiple vendors that also even you can switch between vendors to avoid any vendor locking. So anyway, so this is the type of specification that we are working on. And of course, it's open, and I'm here using this opportunity to call for any organization like MasterCard and others who would like to take part of this work. You can go to our website called govstack.global if you would like to take part. And what we are doing also, and this goes back to maybe what Raul is saying, that we will be building a somewhat demo or an example, or you can call it a reference implementation of this government platform that is based and structured of those building blocks, and we can showcase how interoperability has been managed to achieve, and how can, more importantly, build services on top of the ID, because it's not enough to have a digital ID, but what is more important, that this digital ID is consumed and used in a lot of other services. So this is, in a nutshell, what we are doing in this collaborative specification exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hani, for this description of the project, and also for maybe for MasterCard for the invitation to collaborate. And that brings me to the second round of topics or questions we would like to discuss. And again, also the invitation to our audience to come up with questions. I already saw one question about the list, or trusted list of qualified trusted services. There's a question, maybe it goes also to Nicola or Rifat on the lists. How many Western Balkan countries have published their trusted lists in accordance already with those regulations? Maybe this question can also answer by Raul. So please feel free to answer this question later on as well. And but first, I would like to start with Julia, and not just because Hani mentioned MasterCard and invited MasterCard to collaborate in this project, but also to ask you, or to give us a picture, or maybe with Corona-19 was already mentioned, COVID-19 pandemic as maybe a driver of digital transformation at all, but also the question is would be in terms of digital identity. It seems quite important once we have in mind the question of tracing apps, where we have to take a look on privacy standards, which should be implemented there as well. But also somehow you need to combine this app with the personality of a specific person. So that would be my question to you, and I hand over to start the second round, which we more will dedicate to the question of tracing apps, but always, of course, combined with the question of the identity. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anja. So first of all, I would like to comment on something that was previously said. I fully and completely agree with the point that in order for digital identity to become a reality, it needs to be usable everywhere in all kinds of use cases. We have to identify who we are so many times in so many different circumstances. Not always is it an official identification when you want to open a bank account or when you go through customs or something. Sometimes it's in smaller use cases, but still only if it is being accepted everywhere And if I can use it on a daily basis, will it ever have a chance to become something that is used on a constant basis? Now, in order to digitize an offline process, such as verifying your identity, which we used to do by going somewhere physically and showing our passport, from our perspective, requires two things. One is it requires a secure and easy to use technology. And second, it requires trust. The technology part, I think, is something that we can solve for. Yes, we still have a lot of work to do. We need to define globally interoperable standards. We need to build the infrastructure. We need to make sure that it's accessible to everyone. So there is a lot of work ahead of us that we need to do in the coming weeks and months and years. But living in a connected, globally connected world like we all do today, the technology aspect of things can be solved for. The trust piece, on the other hand, that's where the main challenge lies, because unless people trust the technology, unless they trust the solution, they will never use it at scale. And so we believe that especially the part around building trust in digital identity solutions is vitally important for any ID solution, be it in the private sector, be it in the healthcare sector, is a key foundation in order for this to become big. And this is exactly why our ID network is built on the privacy by design basis, which puts the end consumer who are using their identity in full control of their data, because it's not really our data, it's their data. My name, this is me. So our ID network is built in a user-centric and decentralized way, meaning that the data will only be stored on the consumer's device and will not end up on any MasterCard or in this particular case in North Macedonia on any Eurotrust server. And that's a very, very important aspect to make the technology more secure, but also to build trust. So let me come back once again to the solution that I've been talking to in the first round in North Macedonia. The ID operated by Eurotrust solution is fully GDPR compliant. It is a decentralized storage model where personal information, personal identifiable data are only stored on a consumer device. Once again, not on any MasterCard servers are those stored. And now the cooperation with the North Macedonian government, which Nicola is representing here today, is a key aspect, because when you download that app and you enter your data and you scan your ID card, now what happens next is there is a communication between that app and the North Macedonian National Registry, where we can be actually sure that this user or this person is who they claim to be, because this is a person that is registered in this national registry, which makes it even more secure and therefore trustworthy for people to use. And now if you take that in mind and think about this in further steps when it comes to health data, then you can start to imagine how this, let's say, infrastructure can build out in the future. As MasterCard, we're already in cooperation with a number of partners, predominantly in the US at the moment, where we are cooperating and focusing to identify common standards specifically for the secure exchange of health information. So again, that you can build this global interoperability. But everything that we do in this particular area is always built on the idea that there will not be any centralized vault of personal information or any super data center that has the information of people at scale. This should always remain with the person themselves. We believe that this will create trust into the system and will help for people to really want to use this, because they will remain in charge of their data and it's up to them where and how they want to use their personal data. And as mentioned already in the previous round, my last point, whatever we do in that space, be it in the identity space or in the health space, we believe in order for this to really be used at scale, it needs to have a globally interoperability or scalability across the globe. That will help to make this something that you can actually use everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. I would like to hand over actually to Raoul, as our next speaker in this round, and maybe you can also pick up the question we got via the chat, as you are really have the experience also with the European, I assume first of all, with European legislation, and maybe you can comment on, so there was a question whether are any of the Western Balkan countries participating in the pilot for the international compatibility of trust services? So as I'm not an expert on that one, maybe I can give this question right to you and to comment on that one. And as I understand, while we are talking about tracing apps, EIDs, trust was mentioned as one of the keywords, and security, it's obviously one of the preconditions to build trust, right? So maybe you can comment on this, and also, of course, you're free to comment on other comments and intervention of the panelists. The floor is yours, Raoul.
Thank you. When it comes down to the last part of the question, yes, the Republic of Serbia is the only one who is currently listed in the trust list. I didn't check at the moment, but it was some couple of months old information. When it comes down to the interoperability platform and the pilot, yes, I think all of the countries or all of the economies are working on it at the moment, but it's in rather early stages, and I don't think I'm the right person to comment on that one. Now, when it comes down to the tracing apps and EID and certification procedures, etc., that's always a sensitive topic. And in a way, if we, I can see the MasterCard is trying to aim for world domination in a way to create a digital identity that can be used really everywhere in the world. I totally welcome this kind of initiative. But on the other hand, when you think about the identity as such and identity management, starting from the identity creation perspective, that in my mind should be at least the same body or same person who issues the physical passport for traveling. So in this way, when you talk about trust, having this kind of organizational framework that enables building the trust towards a single body, and therefore the creation of identity, be it first of all the very, very first identity creation process, and creating those documents on top of that, that could be one of the key elements that really would make sense in my mind in order to build trust. But on the other hand, as said before, technology is really there. There are many, many different solutions all around the world, which are kind of enabling the digital identity and enabling the electronic functions such as authentication and digital signatures. But the problem is with all of those solutions is that there is no organizational framework behind. First of all, the local government has to be able to accept it. And when you think about the tracing apps, when you think about what happens if you authenticate to some place, who is going to see that activity? Who is going to be able to create a profile of my activities and to see what exactly did I do? There are different schemes how to put this in place. But I think before thinking about the technical solutions, the organization is the first. And when you just think about the EIDAS regulation acceptance on the economy level in Western Balkans, for the moment, I know that Kosovo is just about to accept one. There is just 3 more countries who are going to do this. At the same time, as Rifat just mentioned, they have their national EID already since a couple of years ago. So, but the fun part is that it doesn't really work. It's too cumbersome. It's too complicated. You need to have a dedicated piece of software. You are restricted to very limited amount of file types or data units, for that matter, which you can sign. These are the only PDF files. You cannot actually sign an XML to be transferred to another location. And all these kind of tiny, tiny elements within the scheme are going to be very, very crucial in order to kind of drive the user experience. And when you think about the tracing apps, the amount of data that is required to the provision of service, it has to be defined somewhere. It has to be said out loud, and it has to be kind of privacy driven. You have to be able to kind of prove that you are using only the minimum set of data in order to provide that service. I'm jumping back and forth, so please feel free to interrupt me anytime you want. There's a lot to talk, but I'm trying to fit in the minutes.
Yeah, perfect. And so you fit in the minutes, and I fully understand the topic, because sometimes we have topics which are maybe more focused on the Western Balkans specific, or the Western Balkans economies with their specifics. But once we are talking about tracing apps and the question of privacy and how many data you want to give to authorities or not, this is already a topic which is not just dedicated to the Western Balkans economies, but which is a question worldwide, right? But an interesting one. Thank you so much for this, for your intervention, and which brings me actually to Nicola, back to Skopje. Also, and I would like, especially, I think Raoul mentioned the question of accessibility of services for each and everybody, citizen. So my question to you would also be, once you're commenting a bit about the cooperation with MasterCard, you already introduced actually, but maybe to go more in depth, but also how you make sure that every citizen is able to use those kind of services. Because once we try to build trust, I would say it's nice to have people who trust the services, but even though when they are not able to use the services, it's also a question of how useful is it. So Nicola, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Anya. First of all, let me say that I'm happy that finally we have a production version of the project that we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort. We have a very good cooperation with the MasterCard and Eurotrust team. I believe that the trust in MasterCard brand as a worldwide leader will help us to boost the trust in the digital services. This is something that is very crucial when we are speaking about digital services. Trust in the institution, and in parallel, trust in the private EID schema is something that is very important. At the end, all digital services to be used from all population, where everyone will believe in about what's in the background and what is the system in the background. Macedonian citizens now will have for the first time remote digital services, and for sure that this will further support the digitalization of our economy. What we are doing as a government is implementation in a connection between our national portal of electronic services, that is Uslugi Gov.mk, with the Eurotrust RP adapter. And this is the way actually how 150,000 people will be able to open the electronic ID and have a 5 signature for free. And this is how we definitely expect that will boost the digital services and will present the real digital transformation in our country. But finally, trust, as I said, is a very important, and we should never forget about the privacy and the GDPR regulation. I will back again on the National Population Register that have a detailed log for all used data, for all connection made from the institution or from the companies. And everyone is able to access the report free of charge from the Uslugi.gov portal and check details about the personal data with details about when, who, and based on which regulation were accessed the personal data from the National Population Register. All systems should use the National Population Register as official register for personal data. For the last census, for example, the State Statistical Office used data from this register, and all citizens have such information in their reports of personal data usage. And this is the way how citizens will be informed about their rights from the GDPR regulation. This brings trust in all processes, and only with trust we can have a successful digital transformation.
Thank you, Nicola. And just not commenting these words because they sound like final words, but I would like to hand over to Rifat. The topic of tracing and vaccination apps was also a topic in Kosovo. Would be good to hear from your side what were the challenges actually to implement, and maybe also is there already a conversation with the European Union, for instance, to get recognition, a mutual recognition of these passports, maybe, and as we have it for North Macedonia or latest Albania. So floor is yours, Rifat. 4 minutes. 4.
Sorry, my mic. So as previous speakers already mentioned, that the main challenge remains to be electronic identification for entire region. So, but related to the trace apps and interoperability among the economies in the Western Balkans, I think our government made, again, a huge progress in terms of legal framework. And recently we established, or we actually reorganized the agency who is dealing with information and privacy. So according to the government program, they already established a law which is 90% compliant with the GDPR, which is a very good sign and a big step forward in terms of being recognized, our, let's say, interoperability, and also whatever applications and processes we're going to be able to manage through electronic channels. So, I mean, legally, we are in a very good position, having the law in compliance with the GDPR, and also having almost ready the electronic identity framework platform. We're going to be able to interact with countries not only in the region but also with the European Union. A good example, which you already mentioned, Anya, it was a pandemic and the process of vaccination, starting from the ability to set an appointment up to the digital certifications. It was a process completely digitalized within a, let's say, state level. And there are some negotiations with the European Union how to recognize this digital certificate of vaccination certificate, which is based on electronic identity, fully compliant with IDAS regulation. So it is still not a national level authority who provide this certificate, but the provider itself, which is a government electronic portal, already has been able already to implement the digital vaccination certificate compliant with IDAS regulation. So this is a good sign, and this is also the good sign for our government that how quickly and easy those kind of things can be done. as long as they are technology, let's say, from the perspective of the technology and the solution. I can mention just in a very short sentence, few other interoperability use cases we have within the Western Balkans. I can mention the customs administration data exchange between the countries, which also simplify a lot the administrative burden among the administrations or customs administration. The same thing we'll be able to do in a very near future from our side, introducing the electronic invoices, which basically we're going to digitalize entire economy within Kosovo. And I presume that the same thing can be done with other countries, like Albania already did, Croatia already did, and also the other countries are in the process of digitalizing invoices or managing the cash and non-cash transactions among businesses and other entities. So I think we are very close to achieve those, let's say, to be able to interact with other countries and also be compliant with GDPR.
Thank you very much, Rifat. So talking about the, especially the question of certificates, I would hand over to Hani actually for again, last but definitely not the least here in this round. And would be great if you could share with us some examples or experiences globally. So again, we go from the perspective, from the regional perspective back to the global perspective on how to build large-scale population-scale digital credentialing or certificates infrastructure. That would be great if you could just shed a light on that one. And in the meantime, all the others, I would like to ask, please just try to summarize the main keyword of this discussion, of this panel for you. That would be great if we could, after Hani's comments, we could have the last round and just give me the one keynote or keyword you would like to register me and give it to the host as a result of our discussion here. Hani, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Anya, again. And maybe you wanted to close this panel on a positive note, just sharing a very impressive experience actually from India, how they manage, to run their vaccination program for a country that is as big as India, more than 1 billion, population, with so much variety, in terms of the languages, in terms of the level of literacy. How did they manage to create this vaccination platform, and how they managed to deploy, a kind of a digital certificate for COVID-19 vaccination, across all India, and make it in a manner that is very much integrated. They have managed to integrate with their digital identity, which is Aadhaar. They are managing to integrate with existing registries like immunization registry, for example. They managed to cater to all the different use cases in terms of how you manage the digital certificate, how you print your digital certificate, people who do have smartphones, people who don't have any phone. So this is a very complex interoperability, scenario. And India was very, kind of smart in deploying, a vaccination platform that they called COWIN, which is based on some sort of an open source component that is called the Digital Infrastructure for Vaccination Open Credentialing, which is called the d.o.o. And I really kind of invite people to look at how they managed to do that. Maybe in 2 words, how, key lessons learned from this experience is that when they approached this interoperability, big interoperability, large-scale deployment of the digital certification for COVID, they thought about it in terms of infrastructure, not in terms of packaged solutions. So they didn't come up with a solution that does everything. They first unbundled this problem into small bits and pieces, and they managed to do each bits and pieces in a way that is open, and it's in a way that deal with one piece of the story, so that it could be used and reused in very much differences according to the context, etc. So it started, for example, with identifying a kind of a standardized machine readable kind of schema for the digital certificate that is in compliance with the WHO digital documentation for COVID-19 certificate specification. Then allowing another component to do a completely decentralized issuing of digital certificate based on this kind of schema, which is a JSON file for those who are techie, and also allowing for different types of multi-channels to disseminate this digital certificate, through different channels, whether it's an SMS, mobile, even integrate with digital lockers, which are, a kind of trusted, secure digital documents where, citizens can store their digital documents in a trusted manner, or even, exchange it by emails and downloads, etc. And then also opening up the verification of the digital certificate in a way that is completely decentralized, etc. So I think the way India approached it is really to kind of provide those infrastructure components or elements that are available and open and accessible through open APIs, and then let all the ecosystem comes up with their own solutions, bringing new values, developing apps to download your certificate or making verification, etc. So those types of infrastructure really facilitated the whole ecosystem to collaborate in a very interoperable manner, so that they can deliver such a large vaccination program that I think they reached more than 2 billion doses that is managed through this platform. So just it's possible, it's very much possible, just invitation for people to look more carefully to such a very interesting experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shani. And Goran already mentioned, to me at least, we are really approaching the end of this panel. We have left 3 minutes left. And so, Hani, I would like to ask you first, what would be your keyword and key message out of this panel to the region, to the Western Balkans governments, maybe?
I think
in a sentence.
Really, it's a collaboration. Actually, you need interoperability is only reached by collaboration to agree on some sort of standardized schemas and specification.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Julia.
Okay, so from my perspective, in order for digital identity to scale, I believe you need security in the back end, convenience in the front end, trust in the technology, and global interoperability.
Great. Raoul.
Well, I just would like to kind of remind everybody that this is not a technology project. Technology itself contains only of the whole system about 20%. Technology is easy, you can get it from a shop, but without the political will and the kind of legal and organizational framework, nothing's really going to happen. So, and on the other hand, it's not really a money machine, but it's more like an austerity project. You can actually save, on the example of Estonia, more than 2% of GDP just by digitalization. Simple as that. But on the other hand, of course, we have to keep it in mind that this is not a money machine.
Important point, and we should keep it in mind to discuss it the next time. So Rifat, next, just one sentence. You have to unmute yourself, please.
What I can say as a lessons learned for this discussion, that it's many times confirmed that the most important aspect for electronic ID is that we should make sure that we have a secure national level issued electronic identity. So this is the key, because this is a source of, let's say, our source of identification of every single physical person. So as long as we have this compliant, as we already have the regulation, we are ready to go on for any level of, or any, let's say, collaboration with the technology solutions, and also involving the multi-stakeholders in this process.
Thank you, Rifat. Nicola, you were the first, so you have the honor, the pleasure to be the last providing a keyword.
What we need in the Western Balkan countries is implementation of eIDAS nodes that will enable us to change information between our economies about our domestic trust service provider and schemas. This will enable trust lists to be mutually recognized across the region and prepare us for the EU. So let's trust in between us.
Thank you very much, Nicola, and thank you very much to all my panelists for this discussion, providing information, providing comments, and especially providing finally some keywords or key messages to the governments, which hopefully will be heard. And indeed, we're not talking or discussing on the question of mutual recognition, but most probably this is simply a precondition for regional cooperation. So therefore, it should be a standard in all the technologies we are discussing. And thanks a lot also to Raoul for mentioning that this is a question of this is not a money machine, but this is a project of austerity, because digital transformation is not just a threat to the economies, but it has a lot of potential. And that's why we are talking about digital transformation in the region. And thank you a lot to all my panelists here. And I hope that this was also a fruitful discussion for the audience we had here. And we are looking forward to the next panels and the closing later on. So thanks. See you again. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Ms. Anya Quiring. Thanks. Fascinating discussion, very interesting information. Now it's time for a lunch break. Enjoy your lunch, but don't forget also to check our platform and to socialize, to get in contact with some amazing participants and panelists on our platform. And also during the lunchtime, you will have the possibility to listen on our main stage on the platform to Montenegrin Philharmonic Orchestra. Here in this musical center, we are in the home of the Montenegrin Philharmonic. So please enjoy your lunch, enjoy the concert, and see you at 3 o'clock p.m. Central European Time.
Sve djevojke, bebašanke, na kapiji stajahu, samo moja mila draga, nade virli venđeru, samo moja mila draga, nade mirli venđeru. Ja ju nazvah dobro večer, dobro večer, djevojče. Ona meni doć do večer, doć do večer, dilberče.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the session 8 of the Western Balkans Digital Summit. This time the topic will be cooperation between governments and industry in cybersecurity. At the very beginning, we will have another keynote speech. This time, I'm really proud to present a fellow business and organization consultant. He works with public organizations and private companies developing digital products. Recently, he joined Public Digital, a consulting firm specialized in digital strategy, where he leads the Latin American and Caribbean market. He served as a general director of e-government of the city of Buenos Aires and undersecretary of digital government at the presidency of Argentina. Apolitical listed him among the 20 most influential people in digital government in the world, and he also won a Webby Award in the health category. Ladies and gentlemen, from Argentina, Mr. Daniel Abadia.
Hello, I'm Dan Abadi from Public Digital. Today I'm going to speak about trust and security. In 2019, when I was the Undersecretary of Digital Government of Argentina, my team and I developed an app called My Argentina. That was the citizen dashboard with all the information and official documentations in their phones. Will be an app where the citizen only had to create their account and validate their identity, and so the government can push them all the information they had from government into their phones. We made our health section based on the opt-in process, where the users decide if they want to share or not share their health records. That allow us to show them and create them all the health records in the hospitals, but also their vaccine certifications. So in 2019, that wasn't a priority. The world is funny because this horrible pandemic struggle that is struggling us since 2020 became that vaccine certificate really relevant for our citizens and our country. All that process of health records in Argentina is based on the user trust, opting in and opting out, how to share their health records information through private and public organizations. I guess the challenges for the future for our citizens, but mostly for our governments, is trust and secure transactions through the internet. Governments need to advance in a policy framework that can consider security in their transactions and in their data, but also to create the trust between their organization and the citizens on how the data is being used, how the data of the citizens is being distributed through governments and through private organizations that could create that trust between citizenship and governments on the use of personal data. So my challenges for the future for this panel will be how you will secure citizens' data through transactions to deliver efficient digital services. Have a good Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. Okay, now we're going to follow the panel, which title is Cooperation between Governments and Industry in the Area of Cybersecurity, as I already said. But this time, our guide, our Virgil, guiding us through this hell of complex set of issues, will be a really competent one. He comes from Munich, and we have already presented his company, Giesecke de Vriend, Security Technologies, 11,600 employees, 33 different countries. But this time, he's nothing less than a corporate information security officer and a group vice president there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thorsten Delbruck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introduction, and let's head over to the panel. I have a list here, so please excuse me if I'm not looking at the camera directly at all times, because I will be introducing the panel members to you right now, And this is something that's always difficult if you have such a fantastic, probably the greatest panel, when you have to make a decision in which order to introduce everybody. So what I'm going to do is we're going to introduce the female members first in alphabetical order and then introduce the rest of us. It's a very diverse panel, which is fantastic. And let me start with Franziska Klopfer. She's a project coordinator at the Geneva Center for Democratic Control of Armed Forces. We also have, and if you have seen me typing while the introduction was going on, I was not doing emails at that time. I was making some last minute changes to my notes because we had Maria Popovic from the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunication of Serbia join very last minute. So she's stepping in for somebody else who couldn't make it, unfortunately. We have Solca Kovachevska, State Advisor for Information Systems and Technologies in the Ministry of Information Society and Administration in North Macedonia. Vilma Tomko, the General Director from the National Authority for Electronic Certification and Cybersecurity in Albania. And we have, continuing, Dijan Abazovic, the advisor to the Prime Minister for the government of Montenegro. We have Ines Haracic, the director from Results Consulting in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we have Skanda Mabrok, although I need to have a look at my participant list. Is Skanda here? Give me a sign. Wave into the camera, say hi. Maybe he'll join us a little later. Skanda is from the Directorate General. Why did the host mute me? From Content Technology from the European Commission. So with this, thank you very much for joining everybody. And the first question, especially after this great keynote speech and this very, very broad overview that we have, is it's always difficult to find an entry here. We'll briefly go around the table, and in that order, I'll call you out. In that order, please say 2 or 3 words or sentences rather. What drives you, what interests you. Keep it really short because we have a ton of questions to discuss, and I'd rather try and keep this a very, very lively discussions with all the topics that we want to discuss in this interesting field. Franziska, please.
Thank you very much, Torsten, and thank you very much to the organizers for this, inviting me to this really interesting event. I followed the discussions already for the past 2 days, and also thank you very much to the keynote speaker who gave us really a number of interesting points to think about. But when I was listening to the discussions in the past 2 days, there's obviously a lot of talk about digitalization and how we really live in an age of opportunity, because digitalization can really help us multiply communication exchanges, and therefore also for us working with governments or for governments, improve state services. I work for DCAF, the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, and we are obviously interested in good governance in the security sector. And we see that digitalization has really helped improve the work of, for example, ministries of interiors in the way they communicate and work with and provide services to their citizens. But I also think we are really terribly behind in our efforts to ensure that these services stay safe. For example, this week there was news about a major attack. Data was compromised in the municipal services of the city of Montreux. It's a city in Switzerland, not far from here, from Geneva. I mean, this example shows that state structures, even at the municipal level, even at the smallest level, so to say, are increasingly becoming targets because they have data, and data is very valuable, but also because there are people who are interested in disrupting, obviously, the work of state services. So it's important that, for us all to really realize that cybersecurity is a new frontier in security policy, and something that both bigger and smaller countries are still really struggling with. We need to find the responses, and this is the work that I and my colleagues are doing at DCAF. We are working a lot with the stakeholders in the Western Balkans, both state and non-state, to try to improve the capacities of cybersecurity experts, but also the governance framework that you need to really make cybersecurity more effective. So ultimately, I think what is important, what kind of the message that I want to bring across in this short introduction, is that it's very important whenever you talk about cybersecurity that right from the start you acknowledge that cybersecurity costs efforts and investments, and that this requires really states to put cybersecurity as a priority in their national security and in their defense policies. There has to be a real assessment of the threats, and the needs that are identified have to be costed and budgeted. There has to be political will to then pay for that and to implement that, to create the capacities, provide the equipment, and the policy framework. The same goes for private citizens or private enterprises. They also have to better learn how to better protect themselves in this new environment. Also, countries all over Europe have to include cybersecurity in their foreign policy. A big project that we're implementing at the moment, a 3-year project for the Western Balkans, is supported by the UK, the United Kingdom government. They have put cybersecurity as one of their priorities in their foreign development policy, as do other countries as well. And this is one example. But it's really
let me stop you there. This is was supposed to be really only like 2 minutes. There will be plenty.
So that was my last point. I'm actually finished. So my point was the importance of seeing cybersecurity as an issue of foreign policy, national defense and defense policy, and to look at it at all levels of government. So thank you very much, Doris.
Thank you very much. I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just we have 1 hour and 20 minutes,
no problem.
Which should be plenty. So we will be bottoming out all of these details. Maria, please, did I pronounce that correctly?
Just a second. Hello, I am today instead of Mr. Sava Savic. It is the last minute exchange. I think that he will be there tomorrow. I am on behalf of Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunication from Serbia. I'm working in sector for cybersecurity, and I am inspector for IT security and trust services. We are working on legal staff regulations. We have 2 laws: information security law and law for electronic documents and trust services. And our goal is to communicate between, we are supervisory body, and our goal to communicate between governmental offices and non-governmental organization. And we have, Francisca knows, our Petnica group, now it is called, just a second, now is Cybersecurity Network Foundation. And I will stop now, and later I will listen your question and give the answers.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, especially on joining on such a short notice. And I know it must have been a very, very short notice for you.
Yes, very, very.
Which is always difficult. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sosa, over to you, please.
And hello. Thank you, Torsten, and thank you, Francisca, for the introductions, for the good introduction. So I don't have to do it. So I will just skip directly to what motivates me personally in cybersecurity. It is that cybersecurity is so broad that one can find lots of areas of professional interest as well as pet projects. So governments maintain different tailor-made systems, and some of those systems are already legacy systems. Maintaining the security aspects of those systems until such time that they are successfully migrated to on a cutting edge technology, that will be legacy in few years is a personal challenge to me. So my current focus is on cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. And in that regard, I hope that to have an opportunity to briefly present the program a bit later. So now I will just.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And moving on directly to Vilma.
Hi, everybody. I'm really glad to be here with you. We know each other for a long period now, and we are happy to share time after time our development, our achievements. And right now, I can say that after being 8 years in cybersecurity domain, I can say something for this summit. I go shortly in order to continue later on. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to Dejan.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to be the panelist on this wonderful panel. And I hope that we will have something what will be very interesting for our audience. Yes, I don't have any doubt because Torsten know how to do that. Yes, as you know, from the December of the last year, we have a new government in Montenegro, and since then I'm the advisor to the Prime Minister for the information technologies and the cybersecurity. And we start with, I can say something what will be the new platform to the development of the digital transformation and the cybersecurity in Montenegro. Since then, we made some activities and some teams to build a new strategies and build a new way for the Montenegro in this area, what is very important. And my colleagues today said how it is important to do that in the public sector, and especially how it is important to be organized in the government and where we establishing all the cybersecurity and the others compatible politics for all of this area. So I hope that I will present what we doing, what we did, and how it will have the impact on our cyber security future in Montenegro. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. And directly moving on to Ines. Seen you before. Probably need to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Torsten. Hi, everybody. I'm also very excited to be here with you today, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk about something that I feel very passionate about, and this is the cooperation of governments and private sector in the fields of cybersecurity. My personal background started with the public sector many years ago, and some years ago I founded my own company, and now have an excellent perspective from the private sector and from the industry view. So I'll be happy to share my thoughts and discuss these very important issues for all the governments in the Western Balkans about transfer of responsibility and cooperation with industry and private sector.
Thank you very much. And we're doing very good on time. Great. Last but not least, we have Skanda. I can see you. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, very nice to be here. I'm Skanda Marbroek. I work in the European Commission. Well, the Commission, as you know, is quite big. It's quite complicated. So I'm in the unit on cybersecurity, capacity building, and technology. So I don't deal directly with new legislation or with cybercrime, but really with building up capacity in Europe and beyond. In particular, I'm the person responsible for skills and for international cooperation with third countries. So on the Western Balkans, I'm one of the people evaluating a new project, which will be assessing the needs in different countries and the best ways to work together, and then hopefully at the end of next year, a new action done by the EU. And later I'll tell you a bit more about that.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And with this, I have to have a look at my written notes. So I can almost feel how we're getting into that discussion, and you can probably see that as well when everybody was doing the introduction. The difficult or challenging part is to get this started and get this going. Now, in this information space, we tend to look at traditionally, regardless of whatever we do, people, processes, technologies. And I want to start with people, and that's a question for several of you. We talked about it before. I would really like to start with the people, because regardless of what we talk about later on in the due course of this panel, we will have to have the people to make this happen. So I'm going to ask the several people, but starting maybe with Vilma. Cybersecurity skills, general awareness. I understand you've been running awareness programs and awareness and education programs. What are key points that you would like to share in this environment? Something that we can take away from problems.
It is true, because when we talk for cybersecurity, it's not issue only of the technicians. All of us has to navigate in a secure environment. So despite the work of the technician, how to secure the system, the information, about the, let's say, regulators' environment, how to regulate all this domain, there is another very important topics, this of the making people aware how to be protected when they are online. And we are focused more on this, being small countries and with a very limited budget, when we are not able to invest a lot in the cybersecurity technical capacities. We are trying to do in another way, investing more in the human resource capacity building. So during all these years, and let's say that the pandemic era has done something good for us. It's not only the bad things, but it's also good, because moving in a very short time, everyone in an online environment make us, how to say, aware that we need to focus on the people. So we produce in a very limited time a lot of materials and documents, and distributed them to different categories of people. Let's say we distributed some regulars, how to stay safe online for the employees, for the employer, for the children, for the rest of the society, for the people, and also for them who make online transactions, how to be secure when they use these online tools, etc., etc. And not only this, we continue with this online meeting. We prepare a lot of workshops to raise capacities of our peoples, and also to organize to different levels of students and children's at the schools, different activities. So this is a very broad, let's say, initiative that we have undertaken as the National Authority for Electronic Certification and Cybersecurity, but with the help of our partners, supporters, international collaboration like ITU, UNICEF, DCAF as well, etc. So this is a process, and as we see, it will never end, because the people need continuously to be aware on the way how they have to use the tools to be online during all the time. Another thing is that this pandemic period, from another side, has been, let's say, a paradise for the hackers. So our next focus has been on the monitoring of the networks about the malicious, the threats, etc., in order to reduce such negative impacts at the telecommunication networks, which will have direct negative impact to our critical and important infrastructure. So this has been the two biggest issues that we are following during this process. First is continuous awareness campaign and the capacity building on the other side, and the rest is monitoring and auditing. So we are focusing in these two directions during this period.
That's a fantastic summary. Thank you very much. I would like to end to extend that question to Ines, because when we talked about it, you said awareness is something that you see in your consulting role on the industry side. You see that as well. Now, Wilma just said that the pandemic, as terrible as it has been, might have had that positive effect of bringing attention to the people, how important it is to have all these online processes. Is that something that you also see in your consulting role, or generally in partners that you work with?
Exactly. Wilma has given us a great insight of the activities aimed towards the general public. However, I have a bit different experience here, of course, very successful, and it's a positive story. At the very start of COVID pandemic, in the very beginnings, together with my colleagues from government IT service department and supported by the OSCE mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I took part in a series of training events and online webinars and trainings aimed at the public service employees, aimed towards IT security staff of public institutions and so on all levels of government in Bosnia and Herzegovina, from the municipal level, very low local level, up to the state level, even towards the Ministry of Defense. The courses were quite simple. They have just explained what are the challenges and what are the mitigation measures of secure work from home, from the remote location, and as well of securing the official and the data which belongs to our institutions or organizations within our new environment and within the new situation. And the response was overwhelming. Fantastic results. Really, all the online video conferencing platforms that we used were always full in the capacity, and we had people waiting in queues. We even had moderators asking few people from the same organizations to gather around one computer in one office so we can let in their colleagues from another institution. And it was really fantastic. The questions that we were receiving from the public service employees were really educated, good questions, which showcased that actually they understood what the dangers of working from home, what there can be dangers from to the data and information that they have, and which can be intercepted or misused against them or their organization. So actually we had an excellent success with this line of webinars and campaigns, and it's very interesting that the such topics such as cybersecurity, which is not a really very interesting topic just for general public or for general employees. I expected to have more IT people there. I have more network administrators, IT security, maybe even managers, but we actually had a real employees from the trenches who really participated and who really had this information and didn't know how to protect it and what would be the measures. And they wanted to know more about this. So this is, let's say, the awareness campaign that started, of course, as an initiative of civil service agencies, also from the Organization of Cooperation and Security in Europe, OSCE, but actually it has pushed the discussions towards something which were much more towards something which is a request of the employees towards more awareness and building the awareness towards their own excellence.
couldn't see who was talking there, but somebody probably needs to mute their microphone. All right. Sorry, Ines.
No problem. It happens. So what an interesting fact is that at the same time, together with our corporate partners, with leading global corporations, which provide awareness trainings to institutions and other corporations, we have enabled on the LMS portals on the web portals of the public service agencies, we have enabled a series of webinars which were, let's say, corporate made, also localized in local language. But those type of short videos of awareness campaigns did not have as much a success as we had in our own webinars. So this maybe drove us to a conclusion that the state, the government employees are more inclined to the programs which are sponsored and organized directly by the governments or by the public sector, rather than towards the awareness campaigns that are sponsored or prepared or organized, implemented by, let's say, global corporations. This is maybe because the trust in local is larger than the trust in global.
Yeah. That's very good input and a very good insight. It's my takeaway is that we want to use that momentum that we've gained in a very short period at the beginning of the pandemic, and carry that on, carry that forward, so that we keep people's attention, and that we keep doing all these awareness campaigns, and that we keep people's awareness on a very high level, because it is so important to have the people with us. So thank you for that. Moving on from roughly people to, don't take it verbally, processes, but if we look at the legal space, so this is something if you look at laws in general, this is something that's a relatively young field compared to other fields that our legal colleagues have been working on. And this is that's a question that I'd like to start with Dejan, for example, is what are the important aspects in cyber legislation that we're seeing today, or that we could be doing in the future to support this collaboration, not just in the awareness sector like we just talked about, but to extend it to other areas, supply chain, the general collaboration in that interface between governments, societies, companies. Is there something that you, from your experience, would recommend to take into consideration when creating cybersecurity laws?
Yes, of course. I fully agree. It is very important to do that, and I hope that we will succeed in the next planned activities to do that with our laws and bylaws, which we're planning to develop in Montenegro. I will just have to say that since our independence, Montenegro has enacted several laws and bylaws that have established mechanism and laid the foundation for a safer cyber environment and the protection of the critical infrastructure. The organizational structure in the field of the cybersecurity has been defined, the national security strategy, the defense strategy of Montenegro, and the two cybersecurity strategy for the periods of 2013 until 2021. Also, here there is a cybersecurity strategy of the Army of Montenegro, and we formed the national team for response to the computer security incidents in the cyberspace of Montenegro, which become the member of the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams established at the Organization Ministry of Defense until for cyber defense and response to computer incidents. And also I have to add that we are now in a situation to creating a new strategy for the period 2022 until the 2025, the end of the 2025. And these days we are in that process, and we work very hardly because that new strategy with the new action plans has to become active from the very beginning of the next year. That's why we are preparing actively, because as you know, there is no any kind of the security without finance and without a budget, and we have to prepare the budget for the next year in accordance with that strategy. Where is the biggest problem which I see? It is the broad education of the people, which we need to do. With you talk about the awareness, how much it is important, and it is. I had to underline the especially importance of the that awareness in the public sector, because the data we have everywhere. The data are in the computers, in electronic form. The data are on the paper. The data also are in our head, because every day when I go out from my office, I am bringing with me my some data. Some of them are confidential, and that's why I have to be aware about possibility to present that data to someone or somebody who can do something with that data what is not acceptable for our government. So I hope in the next period we will have something what will organizationally take some advantage for us when we're talking about cybersecurity, and especially that organization form will understand one or something what we calling National Coordination Center or Cybersecurity Center, which will coordinate all the activities in Montenegro, in the different sector, public sector, economic sector, educational sector, and etc. In that way, we need to take care parallelly with more activities. One of that activities, as you said, are laws and bylaws which we have to establish and upgrade for this area. The other activities is organization, as I said. The third activities can be infrastructure. Fourth activities will be the services and the different tools which we will establish to stop the data leakage. Also, we need to take care about human resources, about their education, about this different awareness and different programs which we need, which we have in publics also, as we need to have in for the cybersecurity specialist. So
did you? Sorry to interrupt you there. Did you see that we had a visitor? We had a black cat as a sign here for those of you who've seen the Matrix. A glitch in the Matrix. They changed something. Skander is nodding already. Thank you, Dejan. That's yes. I needed to jump in there because you can open up such a wide area that you can talk about. that we probably need to narrow it down a bit. And Skander, I know that the NIS directive is very close to your heart. Now, this is a piece of EU legislation, but do you want to give us a very brief overview? Is there something in it that you recommend to highlight for critical infrastructures for governments in general?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So the NIS directive is something we have just been revising. So it's already been adopted in the EU, and now it's getting broadened to new sectors, because it identifies, it requires EU member states to identify operators of essential services, who, if they would be, let's say, a victim of a cyber attack, which really have an impact on the national security of the country or the economy as a whole. And that's why they get special obligations to report things to national authorities, so that in case of a breach, they can react quickly. Yeah, we're actually, as you say, it's close to my heart, because I think it's a really good system to adopt, not just for EU countries, but even abroad, because it's well set up. So it says member states have to improve their cybersecurity capabilities by having a national CERT, as we call it, so a computer emergency response team, who are able, much better than us actually, to really respond to a dangerous situation in the moment. And they need to have a national authority which checks whether this information is actually being shared from the operators of essential services with the CERTs. And of course, critical infrastructure and critical information infrastructure is very often a part of these operators. Then on the EU level, we have the NIS cooperation group, which is more on the strategic level, where member states are represented. And on the operational level, we have the network of CSERTs, so of these emergency response teams, or in this case, it's a bit broader than that. And also in both of those, ENISA, so our cybersecurity agency in Athens, and the Commission are involved. So I have colleagues following this very closely. Yeah, in the projects we are doing also with countries in the Western Balkans, we've been seeing that this is a very useful approach to also adopt at that point, especially because there are some candidate countries. So then their kind of governance structure would already be aligned with the EU acquis. And even if that's not the case, even with, let's say, non-candidate countries or those which are further away, we see that this EU model of dealing with things both on the industry side as well as on the government side, and really cooperating a lot, that this is getting a lot of traction, because yeah, without having trust and sharing important information, it's very hard to let's say beat cyber attacks. So that's maybe in a nutshell the NIS directive. And yeah, if there's any question about what is new or what could be specifically more relevant for you, then let me know.
That's very good input. Thank you. And for the audience, for everybody who's listening, if you have written down NIS directive, that's something to underline twice and look up. I think the NIS directive is a great takeaway for pretty much every society, every company to look at, even if you don't introduce it formally line by line, but it covers a very broad area. Sosa, when we talked before the panel, you mentioned a project that you are working on, which is also a global or an international cooperation. And I think it works very well in combination with looking at what others do and how we can introduce international frameworks. Is that something that you could add to the NIS directive that Skander mentioned?
Yes, thank you, Torsten. I'd like to, this is regarding the cyber risk preparedness program in North Macedonia. So this is a program funded by USAID, delivered by a technical team based in the US and the UK, and supported locally by my ministry, Ministry of Information Society and Administration, and the National CERT team. So this cyber risk preparedness program is part of a larger 3-year project of development of regional energy markets funded by USAID. So the program effectively prioritized and engaged with 3 sectors of the country's critical infrastructure. These are the energy, ICT, and finance sectors. So the successful delivery of this program required engagement from the key ministries and critical infrastructure operators from both the public and the private sector. So this program has 5 key outputs. So first is development of a country-specific definition and classification framework for critical infrastructure. Second is sector-specific risk, cyber risk and gap analysis. The third is technical assistance for implementation of information sharing network. So this program decided to build this information sharing network on the existing network already established by the National Search Team. And we have the capacity building program to build sustainable and enduring national capabilities. And the last one of the outputs is coordination of the stakeholders. So we could build enduring relationships and raise awareness of the critical infrastructure. So as part of this program, a governance structure, this is a critical infrastructure cybersecurity work group, was established and chaired by the Ministry of Information Society and Administration. So we will have the third iteration, the third meeting of the group, of this working group on Thursday. And targeted risk assessment workshops and capacity building trainings were delivered in person by experts in the specific sectors. So this program is very short and it's ending by the end of 2021, but it has already proven to be very hands-on and very effective. So I tried to be brief here. If there are any more questions, I am available in the platform later.
That sounds fantastic, and thanks for the overview. Now, joining on a very short notice, Maria, you work for a ministry that's by all means considered critical infrastructure. So what are your key focus areas or key aspects that you would like to share where you say this is something that we need to work on together, this is something that we can use help with from the industry, or this is an area where we can even share information and make information public based on the experiences that we've had so far?
I will say about our law on information security. Our legal team wrote that law according to NIS directive. And this law was adopted on 2016, and latest updates were in 2019. And we have also the strategy in August 2021, Information Society and Information Security Strategy was adopted. And public-private partnership is recognized as one of the strategic goals in cybersecurity area. In this strategy, we covered the period from 2021 to 2026. And one of the main goals, except this public-private partnership, is education of people, ordinary people, common people that they don't have any experience in cybersecurity and in application, and they are not aware of threats that on internet cyberspace and etc. We also have this Petnica, it was Petnica group, and now this Petnica group transformed into a Cybersecurity Network Foundation. And this foundation concluded cooperation agreement with our ministry because we are a supervisory body in cybersecurity. We also have national CERT, and national CERT coordinates special CERTs, and we have very good cooperation with special CERTs, which mainly operate within private companies and non-governmental organizations. Mm-hmm. And in April 2021, National CERT organized a meeting with the representatives of special CERT in Serbia. They represented their activities in previous period. And we also have challenges regarding pandemic. We have phishing attacks, more phishing attacks than usually. And we are working constantly on the raising awareness of people. But like any other countries in Western Balkan, we don't have funds. We have a shortage in people, in educated people. And we are working on, we had one project with NALED. This is non-governmental organization, National CERT, and our ministry also had role in that project. And we had raising awareness program for local authorities, for cities in Serbia, for people who are working for authorities in the cities.
All right, thank you. That's like a really broad working area. Franziska, you mentioned a couple of things during the introduction that ties very closely to what Maria just said. Is there something based on your experience where you would highlight like a specific benefit of cooperation or using standards in that field?
So you mean cooperation between private and
Yes.
public sector?
Yes.
Yes. No. Just to exactly follow on what Maria has said, and also the others. I think we have also worked a lot on both these issues of public awareness raising and the cooperation between public and private actors in cybersecurity. And as Maria already mentioned, we had the honor of supporting this initiative, this really bottom-up initiative in Serbia, where public and private cybersecurity experts are coming together and have now set up a foundation, the Cybersecurity Network Foundation. I think as a takeaway, this is a very good example of the experts themselves, the people involved in cybersecurity coming together, seeing the benefit of working together on a number of issues. And that's the kind of the nice thing about this platform, about this network, is that they can really work on many issues, including on public awareness raising. And there, just to maybe follow on also to echo what others have already said, we've also worked a lot in the region on public awareness raising, working with national certs in particular, who are active in this and have a mandate for especially to raise the awareness of the general public in most of the countries in the region. And I think the one what I would reiterate is the importance of having the willingness of the private and public to come together, which is not a given. And as I said, and the example from Serbia shows, if you provide a platform for people to get to know each other and see the benefit that, especially in this area of awareness raising, we can work together. That's a very important first step, because it is also about trust. And the other is having the right methodologies and tools, as it was mentioned, that having material that is really targeted towards, as Enes has said, whichever stakeholder group that you want to raise the awareness of. But I think the final thing I wanted to say is that if you talk about awareness raising, whether it's now organized as a cooperation between public and private, or it's just organized by, for example, a public state institution, it's important to have long-term capacity there as well, to have the capacity to plan communications, to identify the stakeholders and their needs, and to move beyond the very important but initial one-off events, and to regularly engage with the different stakeholder groups.
Fantastic, and you mentioned a couple of things that make it very easy for me to move on in the timeline, because with awareness and regulations and laws, we are in that preparation phase. So all we do in that space is around hoping that that nothing goes wrong. And maybe I can share a brief anecdote with everybody, because I did my final notes, my moderator notes, and I have a couple of questions. That's why I'm always looking slightly to the sides. That's where my notes are. And this morning, I sent this final note to the organizer and said, just in case something goes wrong, here's the speaker note so somebody can step in. And I think he found that very alarming. It's like, are you planning not to join? And I'm like, no. I'm a security guy. We always hope for the best and we plan for the worst. So that's why I sent out the notes. But if something goes wrong or if something happens, we all hope to have a cert to help us pick up the pieces and get back on our feet as fast as possible. This is something I know that probably a lot of you can speak to it. I'll maybe ask Vilma first. What role does a cyber security cert play, and what are good connection points between different certs, between maybe even government certs, industry certs? What could be an approach to bring them together, or what needs to happen so that different certs work together? You're still on mute, Wilma.
Good question for me, because maybe fortunately the authority is also act as a national cert in the country, and we have built it as a coordinator and organizer to other sectorial cert, including also the government cert. So we are focused on our everyday job to keep other certs in alert all the time. What we do? We organize training, workshop, activities like cyber drills by ourselves or with support of other actors. In the case, I have to mention that we use these partnerships between public and private to organize these activities. And this is one way of our everyday jobs in order to make all sectoral cert being in alert, being in contact with cases that can happen to other homologs, other certs, etc. Building a system for information sharing is another thing that has helped our communication with sectoral cert. It has been very difficult. You cannot imagine how to say, communicative are this kind of experts. The cybersecurity experts are those that it's very difficult to make them communicate with each other. So what we have think is just to put this information sharing platform, and they put something, some document, some awareness material, something that they have read somewhere, not something that has happened to them. So being friendly with each other, after a certain month, we saw that they begin to talk for their things. So they begin to share something that has happened to their critical infrastructure. It is not too much. There are little things, but we hope that this communication continue to increase in the future. And this is one thing. The rest, as I mentioned in the beginning, is the role of national cert to monitor and to audit this critical or this sectoral certs in the way how they implement critical or minimum requirements for protection of their network. So we have put as obligatory the minimum requirement taken from the standard ISO 27001. So this is a regular process to them in order to make them, how to say,
be more open in their collaboration, maybe?
Not only open, but to make them conscious about the importance of implementing and doing all the things that are included in such standards. And this is a continuous process, and even that we have very few people, we are trying to do our best. We saw that there is increased the interest of this sectoral cert to go toward the certification, to increase the level of capacity building on their staffs, to invest in their training, in their certification. And also we have seen during our audits, we have seen that there is an increase in the investment in the cybersecurity domain. As we see, every company, every institution invests in IT infrastructure, but previously there is done nothing in the cybersecurity, to secure that such system and such networks. This last year, we saw an increase in the cybersecurity investment. And what is more important, it has become part of the implementation of a project, IT project. So they cannot do implementation of an IT project without considering security levels elements in this project. I can say a lot of things in this, but what is more important is networking and sharing information and knowledge between each other. And we are increasing this networking every year by putting this obligatory as a decision approved by the Council of Ministers. So every year we increase the number of critical and important infrastructure which are under our let's say mandate.
Yeah, and that is great. And if I could choose only one thing from what you just said, it's information sharing. And this is not a regional difficulty. It's always difficult for people, for companies, for organizations, for teams to talk about events where things didn't go as planned. So I don't know if that's reassuring, not just for the panel, but for everybody watching. It's also difficult to talk to other companies in Munich. It's difficult to talk to other companies in Germany. It's always difficult to talk about incidents where things didn't go very well. But it's very important. For us, it's the only way to learn, because we know that attackers do share information. They perfectly know what worked and what didn't work. And if they find an attack scenario that works, this information will be spreaded and they will continue to use it. And it's our best defense to share this information on the defender side as well. Since this is around CERT and information sharing, such an important subject, I would like to extend that to Enes, because you've been working in such projects on the industry and on the consulting side. What are your impressions? Did you see efforts that were particularly successful, or did you see ideas that were tried and failed? Is there something in that space that you can share with us?
Thank you. This is an excellent question, and I can only continue on what Vilma was previously saying. First of all, the intensity of cooperation and collaboration depend on certain trust platforms, depends on the number of, on the quality and the quantity of information being shared on those platforms. This is a general rule, of course. Well, here in Bosnia, based on what Petnica Group mentioned by Maria and Francisca was doing in Serbia, we have made an unofficial group of cybersecurity experts from academia, private sector, financial sector, of course, from all government levels, and under the supervision and support of OSCE, again, we have formed a group called Neretva Group. This group recently has had the trial of cyber threat intelligence platform for the exchange of indicators of compromise, for the exchange of relevant cybersecurity data and incident data, and among the members of Neretva group. And this was just under the evaluation, and we continue that it might also grow into something which is close to some type of ISAC. But here I can extend the invitation to all the distinguished panelists here who come from their own backgrounds and countries to join the forces and share the sharing platform for the cyber threat intelligence sharing. Why? Because there is a common interest. The cybersecurity threats are transnational. They are global and transnational. So the mitigation and response to those type of threats should also be transnational, or in this case, regional. And since all the countries of Western Balkans are quite small countries, it's very difficult to, as Vilma said, to reach this critical mass of information. So those type of sharing platforms will become interesting for one side, for those who share, on the other side for those who read and ingest this information. So maybe if we would create or have more stakeholders participating, not only from one country but also from the entire Western Balkans regions, maybe we can get this critical mass and start talking about this sharing threat information and threat intelligence indicators of compromise and so on among ourselves, and then reach this critical mass for the benefit of all stakeholders and participants.
That's thank you very much for that statement, and it's something that I wholeheartedly agree with. The internet, by its very definition and its origins, is not a national thing. It's not something that you can look at and try and solve problems with territorial aspects. It's where everybody's trying that. Like we are trying that as well in Germany, and it doesn't work. It only works if we all collaborate in this together. Being a little conscious of time and keeping an eye on the time, I've got to ask the organizer team, are there any questions that we can take from the audience? I'm keeping an eye on the chat. I don't see any questions in the chat, but is there something that maybe you can give us a sign or just talk to us if there are any questions that you would like us to take from the audience? Everybody's nervous because nobody knows who's going to answer this question. I'll take that as a no. And we have a little over 10 minutes left, but a lot of areas to be discussed still. So we're just going to continue now, but there's one thing that kind of immediately comes to mind, and I'll make this an open question, and maybe you can just really literally raise your hand if you want to take that. There is this one keyword that we hear all over the world, really, in the past couple of years: digital sovereignty. The struggle for countries to be independent of other economies, of other suppliers, of vendors. They just want to be self-sustainable. Now, this is not necessarily intuitive when defending against organized crime groups, transnational organizations that attack countries, companies, individuals, entire societies. What's your take on this? There is not a specific question in it, but how does that play into the strategy of setting up a secure environment in a collaborative fashion between governments and the industry? Anybody with very distinct thoughts about this?
Okay,
yes,
let me try. I mean, this is my personal opinion. This is not an opinion of my country or my minister or my employer. But I don't believe this digital sovereignty is possible on a country level, nor desirable. at least not for countries that are small in size like ours. So in my understanding, this should be on individual level. So the digital sovereignty should be granted to an individual, and the individual should have control of his or her data, as opposed to governments and companies.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And looking at Dijon, you mentioned that you've been working on the strategy 2025. So on a longer term, really, we almost look at it in cat years. So you have to multiply it by 7 on the internet. And I don't say that because of your cats also. So what's your take on it? Like, do you have these? Is that something that you keep in the back of your mind when you design these long-term strategies?
Yes, it's a really interesting question, and it is something what is our how can I say, most important things what we taking care about when we trying to build this strategy. Maybe it's necessary now at the end of to say what we learned from the previous strategy and what is the platform for the building of the new strategy. I will just emphasize a few things because we don't have more times to talk about that. First of them is monitoring of the implementation of the strategy, and complying action plans must be improved in order to enable timely identification of obstacles. Also, the evaluation of the strategy should be realized not only at the end of its life cycle, but also during its implementation. The strategy and action plans too should contain a rough estimate of the necessary financial resources for the implementation of the planned activities and achievement of the set strategy goals. Also, the key problems, I have to say, in achieving the set goals of the previous strategy were of financial nature, insufficient allocation of funds of the component departments for the strengthening the capacity for the cyber defense through strengthening the operational, human and technical resource was recorded. And one more I would like to emphasize, and it is especially for the public sector in the government, especially interministerial cooperation should be further enhanced through the networking and continuous training of the official dealing with the cybersecurity issues. It's just something what I think, and I'm trying to put in mind of everybody of the remember of the working group when we talking about this strategy. And also we prepared our strategic goals and every strategic goals has his operational goals, but I don't have a time now to talk about that. I hope the next time we will have more time, but it is something what is most important, and how can we be prepared for the everything what is expect us in the future.
Yeah. Thank you. And preparedness is a keyword that's also on my list, and I'm virtually looking at Skander. You mentioned the NIST directive, but is there we haven't talked about cyber resilience. So is there something in that space to take it even further out, something that we can integrate into our strategies, into our collaboration strategies on the subject of resilience, as a very short statement before we wrap it up in the last 5 minutes?
Yeah, definitely. So cyber preparedness, of course, as you say, is something to focus on, because you don't know what might happen and you need to be prepared in case something happens. We do that through all the strengthened requirements we have in the new DIS directive, which you can find more information about. But also we have what we call a blueprint, which is about incident response management. in case of a crisis. So then there are national incident response plans, but of course, because national is not enough, there is cooperation on the European network on CSIRT level, so again, operational and political level. And then we have the crisis response management of our external action service, which is a diplomatic service of the European Union, which also works, of course, with Western Balkans countries. So that's the blueprint which we have had active for the last few years. And now the EU is working on a new joint cyber unit where member states pool their capabilities for preparedness. For the rest, of course, preparedness, we're also investing a lot in skills, but these are more, let's say, the most concrete, urgent ways of being prepared for a major like ransomware attack or an attack on critical infrastructure. And if you're interested, I would encourage you, because there's not so much time left, to check out the Commission website, which is quite up to date now again, where we detail all of these new initiatives.
That's very good. Always provide resources and references so that we can follow up. Once more, as a quick question for the organizer team, do we have any questions? I would be surprised if we hadn't. I'm just a little worried that I might be missing the space where you are asking those questions. But I don't think that's the case. I can see the chat. There are no questions in the chat. So what we're going to do, with only 5 minutes left and so many people here, we're going to think of 5 words now. 5 words, everybody, to summarize the important aspect. I know this is incredibly hard, especially the further in the list you go. To make it easier for me, I will start, and my summary in 5 words is prepare people and provide funds. I'm going to start at the bottom of the list now, and that will be Skander. What are your 5 words?
Okay, that's a difficult question. I would say people, as you said in the beginning, just because we always say you can have as many technical solutions as you want, but if you don't have the experts and the skilled people to use them, then it's not going to work. So that's number 1. Number 2 is sharing. Despite the fact that it might be very difficult, we need to share more and have more trust between each other. Then the third one is cooperation. So cooperation between the EU and third countries, not just within the EU. So 2 more left.
I think you're good. You used more than 5 words already.
Yeah.
Ines.
Okay, I like this game, and my 5 words go to decision makers in the government sector. Choose right cybersecurity partnerships now.
Fantastic. Great. Dejan. I could have told you before. I know that wasn't very fair of me.
Yes. Sorry, I just had to unmuted my microphone. Improved capacity, critical infrastructure, harmonized data protection system, improved process of education, strengthened public-private partnership.
Fantastic. That's an awesome message as well. Vilma.
The most important words are said, but I can add training and continuing training, 1, and investing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's a great collection. We can continue with Maria.
Raise awareness to understand cybersecurity threats.
Couldn't have said it better. Fantastic. Last but not least, Franziska.
Okay, so I will also, the first one is directed to government level, is really make cybersecurity a priority. And then the second one, just effective cooperation.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you It's been a pleasure. It has been great. The only thing I regret is that we can't meet in person right now. I would love to sit down with you for a coffee or a drink or a tea or whatever after the panel and so many ideas. I think we could have continued for at least another hour or two. It was great fun for me. I enjoyed it very much. I think we are exactly on time for 20, which is perfect. So I thank you very much for keeping it so brief. I know this is difficult because you all have this vast experience in that space and so many things to tell us. Hopefully, like Dejan said, we can continue another time. And with this, I'm giving back to our host.
Thank you very much, Thorsten. We all share your regret about having a cup of coffee together, but we are also fond of these technologies that allowed us to follow this wonderful panel, very important discussion that you had. Okay, right now, it's time to summarize. It's time to summarize the second day, and as you know, the task to summarize the discussion of these days of this second day is up to Marina Banovic, State Secretary at the Ministry of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media of Montenegro. If you're ready, please. Okay, we have this very, very packed day, 2 important topics. How can we summarize all that?
Yes, actually, the day started with very nice presentation on Balkan, on online competition for youngsters in Western Balkans to propose digital solution for our everyday problem. And we were able to see 6 winners from this second edition of the Balkathon that were proposing solutions for smart and green cities, from sustainable entrepreneurship and for agriculture. The day started in this quite enthusiastic manner, and then we moved to quite serious topics such as infrastructure and connectivity, and later trust and security. So in the panel 5, we learned how to balance hard and soft infrastructure in order to ensure meaningful and inclusive connectivity. We can say that today connectivity is what once was water or electricity. In the Western Balkans, connectivity remains a challenge since the internet household penetration is still not at a satisfactory level. In fact, 1/4 of the population does not have internet access. Girls more than boys, people with disabilities, and ethnic and linguistic minorities are at particular risk of being left out. There is also a strong urban-rural divide. And to overcome these barriers, we need to have infrastructure in place. For example, we need to increase number of computers in schools. We need to invest more in broadband internet access in rural and remote areas. But also we need to balance between hard and soft infrastructure, so not only investment in broadband connectivity and 5G are important, but also investments in digital skills, education, legal frameworks, data protection, and environment driving innovation. Then we moved to 6th session, and our panelists discussed the intersection between 5G technologies and artificial intelligence. The common ground is that 5G and AI will have a profound and positive transformational impact on our lives and on our environment. It will drive innovation in business and society, which will consequently lead to increased economic growth. 5G technologies and AI are actually complementary. 5G is precondition for development of new AI solution, and AI ensures better penetration of 5G. Strong commitment to accelerate the implementation of 5G technology and artificial intelligence needs to be supported by all key stakeholders. Government needs to take on a leading role and create the conditions for investment by providing regulatory support and long-term plans for the application of 5G technology, AI, and Internet of Things. The seventh panel focused on the opportunities and challenges related to electronic identity, tracing apps, and certification procedures. In order for digital solutions to work, they need to be usable and accepted everywhere. Building technology is important, but building trust is even more important. Governments again play a key role in this, as they need to ensure sound legal frameworks in order to make these solutions really work, facilitate digital processes in society, and finally save money to all actors. So the key takeaway from this panel is that technology is only a part of digital transformation, and that building trust, ensuring interoperability, and developing regulatory framework are equally or even more important. Finally, the panel 8, the last panel, focused on cooperation between governments and industry in the area of cybersecurity. While digital transformation has helped improve the work of institutions, it has also brought many challenges, particularly in respect of to online security. For digital services to be used, we need to make sure they are safe. Governments and industries play a key role to this. On the one hand, governments need to put cybersecurity as priority, not only in the areas of finance, national security, defense, but also in the area of foreign policy. They need to ensure supportive policy frameworks, awareness-raising campaigns, capacity building, and constant monitoring and auditing. On the other hand, the private sector also needs to ensure how to better protect themselves, acknowledging that it takes cost and investment. Finally, it is important to involve people in the process of change.
Of course.
So this is actually what have been the conclusions of the second day, and we can say that we are at the end of the technical part of the conference. And if we summarize what's been actually discussed over these 2 days in one simple question, we can say that the summit this year tried to answer the question what we need to do in order to make digital transformation bring better life to citizens. A lot of challenges have been identified on that road, let's say, inclusion being one of them. Inclusion, so equal access to services for all social groups. After that, efficiency, whether the government or public sectors and businesses are ready to provide a quality response to increasing needs for digital services. And on the end, data protection and trust in digital solutions remain quite important and challenging in the period to come. And on the end, rather, if you and Digi allow me, I'd use this opportunity to thank everybody who contributed that this summit runs as smoothly as we can witness. In the role of the team leader for the organization of Digital Summit 2021. I'd like to thank primarily to the team who was working on this from the Ministry of Public Administration, but also external experts, then RCC, Western Balkans contact points, subcontracting companies and individuals that led the process really in a great manner, and to everybody else who had any kind of role in organizing of this event. Thank you for an excellent job.
Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you also for your summary of today's topics. And all this summary, these topics of today and even of yesterday, will be an important input for the discussion tomorrow, because tomorrow at 10:15 will be our new appointment. We will meet for the opening of the high-level meeting that will discuss the topics that you've mentioned in these 2 days. Thank you very much. So see you tomorrow at 10:15.